present. Jury and also present. Good morning. Hope you had a good weekend. And Ms. Subin, you may continue.
Good morning. Welcome back. When I left off on Friday, we were talking about the various statements the defendant made to law enforcement, and that each time she was interviewed, rather than trying to assist them and provide information, she lied. We talked about this on Friday, and one of the things that Detective Parshall repeatedly asked every time she called into the LAPD was whether or not she had replaced the security system. She indicated she was still waiting for the insurance money. And again, all of these are recorded, and Detective Parshall said it was the first thing that she should do. But you heard she never did. And then we talked about the day after her call in to Detective Parshall, the next night, March 9th, when, as you guys saw, the SIS surveillance crew was following the defendant and Baker, and they followed them that night to the Goodnight Bar and the Laugh Factory Comedy Club. And this is one of the nights where Bella tried to get her mother to come home because she was afraid of being home alone. And of course, we hear the response from Jessica and the, again, text message back from Isabella talking about how she's always home alone. There's never anybody there. She's afraid about being in the house alone, and it's worse when she's alone. It's very clear from the evidence that we heard that she was in distress and fearful. But again, what we learned was that the defendant only cared about herself. And so we also saw the text message where Isabella made the comment that she's going to make a therapy appointment the next day. And then, of course, what we saw is the defendant's attempt to try to make her youngest daughter, Isabella, feel guilty. And you can see that she was successful based on Isabella's response. And then, of course, Jessica saying, you know, Mom, don't feel bad, because she believes her mom is grieving and wants her to be out and be able to enjoy herself, but this has become obviously a nightly thing. So again, another manipulation in this case by the defendant, in this case of her daughters, who she was also using to lie for her to people, and she, as we saw, lied to them day after day after day and left them alone to try and recover from this tragedy that was their father's murder. Again, another call, this time on March 16th. Detective Parshall calls the defendant. He mentions to her during this phone call that he's been talking to this burglary crew, which we know was really the detectives from Robbery Homicide Division, wanting to meet with her. And once again, we see the defendant is asking about the DNA results because she's trying to stay a step ahead of law enforcement, and so that she can also report back to Baker, as we talked about last week. Once again, she lies to Detective Parshall and tells them that it's only the children who are beneficiaries of the life insurance policy, and also claims that she's unaware of the fact that Fabio had stock by saying maybe he had some stock. So again, more evidence of the fact that she's lying to law enforcement because she doesn't want them to believe that she has skin in the game or that she has a financial motive here. And then, of course, you heard from Melanie Garibay Melanie being the show director at Wella, and you saw and heard that the defendant lied to Melanie Garibay by claiming that Fabio knew she was planning this trip with her girlfriends to Las Vegas, and she's using Melanie for her business connections so that she can get a deal in Las Vegas. And so Melanie testified about the first and second round of text messages that she got from the defendant. And here's the first round where she reaches out and she's asking Melanie if she can get her a deal. They have a phone conversation, as you heard from Melanie, and then Melanie proceeds to text her and say, we got you in a suite at the Vidara and a discounted rate. And here you see at the bottom the defendant is asking what's the rate, and we know the rate wound up being $99 a night for the suite that she and Robert Baker shared when they went to Vegas the first time. And then you heard from Ron Ray, who came in from Las Vegas, who was a longtime friend of Robert Baker. And he first meets the defendant in March through Robert Baker. They come to his home, the home he shares with his wife, Michelle. They go out for lunch, and during the time they spent together, not once did the defendant mention that she had been previously married. She never mentions Fabio. She never mentions during the lunch or at their home that she has children. She doesn't mention the fact that she's a widow. And we talked about the fact that there's this odd moment where he's trying to input her contact information into his cell phone, and the defendant and Robert Baker say, just put down Monica Baker. And you heard the defendant acted like she had a lot of money. She asked Ron Ray, who is in the stock market, about how she could invest in the market. She talked about selling an expensive piece of property in the LA area. That would be the house on Queen Victoria. And then she knew Michelle was a real estate agent, so she was asking Michelle about buying another piece of property in the Las Vegas area for Baker, and that they were going to come and go from that property and travel. He also introduced the photographs that you see here, where they all go out to some expensive dinner that night at a restaurant called Andrea's. Again, where the defendant orders an expensive bottle of wine for herself, paid for everybody's dinner, and then again began this crude talk about her sex life with Baker, how great he was in bed, and Ron talked about how she kept grabbing Robert Baker's crotch, which normally you might think he was exaggerating, except that you saw the same behavior photographed. Then they all go out, as you heard, to a nightclub in one of the casinos, and as Ron said, the defendant acted like she was a 22-year-old on spring break. You remember he was describing her behavior as she acted like she was humping Robert Baker up on the stage with the DJ and some of the other despicable conduct. Now, on that same night where the defendant is out partying with Baker, with Ron and his wife Michelle, she takes the time to post again to Instagram, and this is a post that takes place, she does it at 8:06 p.m., and she, as you can see here, is continuing to play her role as the heartbroken widow who lost her best friend, because of course she can't be honest about the fact that she's out partying in Las Vegas with her lover, because that sort of scandalous behavior would destroy what she's trying to create, and that is the perception that she's the victim, so she can engender sympathy and get a lot of people to fall all over themselves to want to help her. So that's the same night. Later on that month, the defendant calls Detective Parshall again on March 30th, and now she's talking about the life insurance again. She says she wants to drop off some paperwork for him to sign, and they have a conversation about the car keys from the Porsche, and she tells them that they were always kept in the drawer, in the kitchen drawer. And we talked last week about that placard number 12 in the kitchen counter where there was a drip of blood belonging to Baker just below the monitor. Again, once the defendant returns from Las Vegas, later that same night that she has this conversation with Detective Parshall, we now see that Jessica is texting her mother, "When are you coming home?" And you see that we basically have a role reversal. We have the 18-year-old who's acting as the parent, trying to figure out where her mother is and what time she'll be home, because as Jessica testified, after the murder, she frequently didn't know where her mother was at all hours of the night. And then that same conversation goes on. On the following night, you heard March 31st, the defendant slept over at Robert Baker's but told her daughter she was sleeping at Sheila's, which you'll be able to see again from that text exchange between them. Then you heard from Gail Burlingame, someone who is unconnected really to the defendant or Fabio, but she was a salesperson, as you recall, at the Ford dealership in Thousand Oaks, and she was completely manipulated by the defendant at first, if you recall. When she came in, she said that she was taken by the fact that the defendant seemed to be so grief-stricken, whose husband was brutally murdered, and now she had no money. And the defendant told Miss Burlingame that she didn't even have enough money to pay her bills. She was desperate for money, and she was waiting for the life insurance money on her husband's life to come in so that she could support herself and her daughters. And so you heard from Gail Burlingame, if you recall, that while the defendant was at the dealership, she made several calls to what the defendant said was her attorney. And it was obvious to Gail at some point that it wasn't an attorney because the defendant was whispering and it didn't sound like a legal discussion to her. The next time Gail reached out to her, after reaching out to corporate headquarters and trying to assist the defendant in being able to turn in Fabio's Ford F-150 because she felt so bad for the defendant, she testified that the defendant seemed much happier, and the defendant reported that she had just gotten the payout from the life insurance money and that she needed a new car. Now, we know that's false, but that was the story she gave to Gail Burlingame. And you heard that Gail tried to talk her into keeping Fabio's car because the defendant had said that she and the girls really wanted to keep the car because it made them feel this connection to him. And so Gail went to all these lengths to work out some kind of a deal where they could do that. And now the defendant is basically telling Gail that she wants a new car. And so you heard the defendant returned to the dealership on April 3rd of 2017. And when Gail asked the defendant what her budget was, the defendant said she didn't know. And you heard that during this 5 to 6 long hour interaction between Gail and the defendant kept leveling up to more and more expensive vehicles. The defendant wanted a convertible, but the issue was she wanted black rims, which were so important to her. And when they finally drove the Mustang that the defendant ultimately leased, the defendant made the comment to Gail that she felt like they were Thelma and Louise. So the defendant eventually decided that day on the black Mustang that you see here. The defendant told Gail that she felt happy again because she could start a new life now that she had this new car. But then the defendant decided to call her friend Robert to come in. And she said that she wanted her friend Robert to test drive the car because it might be his too, and that he was going to be driving the car. And you heard what happened, that when he came to the dealership, as we all know, when you go to a dealership to test drive, they always require you to hand over your license, and he refused to do that. And Gail told you that during her interactions that afternoon with the defendant and this individual Robert, it became pretty clear to her that she was being duped by the defendant. You also heard from Cesar Aviles, who was the sales manager at the dealership, that the defendant lied to him initially when she first came in and said that Fabio had been killed inside of the Ford F-150, and so she no longer felt comfortable driving that car, that she cried throughout their meeting, and he recalls that she called a male 3 to 4 times during the course of their meeting, and he could hear the male's voice on the other end of the phone. She wanted to return the car, but as he said, it had nothing to do with price, which was the argument the defense tried to make to you. You heard that Caesar, being the nice guy that he was, offered to buy the vehicle back. It wouldn't cost the defendant anything. She could just turn in the Ford F-150 and walk away from the dealership without getting a new car. Instead, what you heard is when she came back on that April 3rd date and spent so much time with Gail that she wound up leasing this new Mustang for $62,000. And as Caesar talked about, she purchased every available option. There was no negotiation that went on, and that she paid substantially more money. I think he said somewhere between $15,000 and $25,000 more than what it would have cost to just keep the Ford F-150. And you heard that when the defendant came home that day, there were people that were waiting for her at the house who were expecting to have a meeting with her about a tribute that they were putting on for Fabio. And when the defendant came home, she told Melanie Garibay, Carol Protat, some of Fabio's colleagues, that she had given an Academy Award-winning performance at the dealership that day. She told them what a good actress she was, which is true, and that she made the salespeople feel sorry for her by playing the grieving widow, which we all knew by that point in the trial was her favorite role to play. And then we heard the defense try to make this sound less despicable than it was by making fun of it and saying, well, who doesn't love a good deal? As if somehow this is all a big joke. In reality, what this is shameful behavior. And the real question is, who would use their husband's murder to get anything? On April 8th, you saw some photographs and the description of additional photographs of the defendant out front of her new Mustang. You can see the decal from DCH Ford in the window, taken by Baker as he's looking out from inside of the driver's seat of the Mustang at the defendant, who's standing out front smoking a cigarette. On that same date, the defendant posts to Instagram a happy birthday to Luigi, Fabio's son, where she pokes fun and says something about every fairy tale having a wicked stepmother, and then goes on to, again, ingratiate herself to her stepson. So again, another example of the defendant using the social media account to try and manipulate people, decent people, especially those closest to her. Then the defendant calls Detective Parshall again on April 17th. He once again asks her about the DVR installation, and once again the defendant lies to him. She says that she never had remote access. Once again, that she wasn't present when the DVR and the new system was installed with the new cameras. Again, another lie. And that Fabio told her the guys had come to do the installation while he was home and put in the new monitor. And then she also says no one had remote access to their new system, which we also know is a lie. She still hadn't replaced the DVR security system that Parshall asks her about, even though at this point we know that State Farm has paid out the money on the home insurance claim because she's painting and buying new carpeting and new curtains. because, of course, the defendant isn't concerned with security at the house for herself or her daughters because she knows who the real killer is. And so, again, the defendant wants to celebrate Robert Baker's birthday in Las Vegas, so she reaches out again to Melanie Garibay. And Melanie Garibay once again comes through, this time with a 2-bedroom suite, because as you heard, they were going to travel to Las Vegas with Ricardo Cabrera and Sheila. And so she gets her a suite that we heard was normally $600 a night for $199. And then you saw the defendant invited Sheila and Ricardo to join them to help celebrate Baker's birthday. And here she volunteers even to pay for the entire suite herself. And you saw that she sent a picture of the penthouse suite that they were getting, and she sends the picture to Sheila. And then we know that in May, the defendant and Robert Baker flew to Las Vegas for this celebratory vacation, and Sheila and Ricardo traveled separately by car and meet them there. And then, of course, the night before they leave for Las Vegas, she and Robert Baker are once again out until after 3 in the morning, again with the eldest daughter asking her where she is, and the defendant saying at 3:18 that she's almost home. The following day, on May 3rd, the defendant sends these photographs to Sheila saying Vidara Cabana time, and you can see her here with Baker and Al Birdsong in the background. And then, of course, the photographs from the birthday celebration at Marrakesh restaurant that you heard about. As you heard from Ron Ray, this was an expensive restaurant, and the defendant said, "Don't worry about it, I got money, I'll take care of it." And after this, they went to a strip club that the defendant wanted to go to, where again she ordered expensive wine, became loud and obnoxious. As you heard from Ron Ray, she was grabbing strippers by their breasts and was basically out of control, as Ron Ray described. As he also mentioned, clearly not somebody who was grieving the loss of a 20-year marriage. Then on May 5th, after dinner, we saw the defendant, along with Robert Baker and Sheila and Ricardo Cabrera, go to the Ghost Bar at the Palms Casino. And obviously, these photographs are worth 1,000 words or more because they show a very different picture than the one that was presented for you as this grieving woman who was devastated. And obviously we know from all of the photographs that came out from various individuals that supplied them to law enforcement, when the witnesses described the defendant as extremely happy and the opposite of grief was displayed by her behavior, we saw that wasn't an exaggeration at all in the photos themselves. And they depict exactly what Ron Ray described in March, the same type of behavior. And as Sheila testified, after the murder, the defendant never mentioned her husband, didn't mention her daughters, and that she and Baker appeared to be a couple, just as they had discussed prior to the murder and had planned on several occasions before. Now, in May, the defendant calls Detective Parshall several times because she's fed up. She needs the money. She tells the detective in these recorded calls that she's having difficulties due to their fact that they're delaying the money that she's rightfully entitled to, the money that Fabio left to her through the life insurance. She still has no security system. She's upset that the detectives have not paid out on the policy until she's been cleared. She talks about the fact that the dealership had to buy back Fabio's Ford F-150 because she couldn't afford the $15,000 it would have cost her. But again, she lies to them because she doesn't tell them that she's just leased a brand new, fully loaded Mustang. She tells them that she wants answers, and as you heard from Detective Parshall, he tells her that he can't discuss the case and that the evidence has to be remain confidential until they conclude their investigation. And at this point, we know that he's already meeting with robbery homicide detectives and setting up the meeting that's going to occur in June. Again, on May 18th, this was the day that Detective Parshall introduces the defendant to the robbery homicide detectives, Gable and Tellis. They go to the house, they conduct a walkthrough. We heard the surreptitious recording from inside of Detective Gable's pocket, where they talk about the safe and the slider door in her master bedroom. The defendant again says the safe was untouched, that she never got a text from the AT&T Digital Life system from the mirror sensor I talked about last week. Only she gets those texts to her phone. Fabio does not, which means on the date of January 23rd, when she opened the safe to remove the gold coins, Fabio wouldn't have known about it. And she says that they barely use the safe. The only thing Fabio or they keep in the safe is the gun, and now it's been minimized, and she says, in a couple of gold coins. And once again, she tells Detective Gable and Tellis that she doesn't have access to the camera system remotely through her phone. Just of note, there's a piece of evidence that was played, but it was very quick. It's an exhibit on the day prior to this of Al Birdsong, where he calls the defendant on her cell phone and leaves a message to have Rob call me. So again, showing the connections between the various individuals involved in this conspiracy. He knows her cell phone number. Now, on May 24th, the defendant again makes a call to Detective Parshall. She now is getting desperate. She tells them that they don't even have a roof over their head, really, even though she's living in this large, expensive home, going on one trip after another. And of course, she doesn't mention any of that to law enforcement. She tells Detective Parshall that MetLife needs one last confirmation in writing to complete the clearance, because now all the children have been cleared, but she has not. And she asks him repeatedly on whether there's anything they can do or we can do to speed up this process so that she can get the money. And Detective Parshall tells her that the burglary detectives want to meet with her again around the 9th of June, but we know that's when she's going to New York. That same day, May 24th, she's packing because we know the next day she leaves to fly to Myrtle Beach with Robert Baker so they can go to Beach Bike Week. And we heard that Morella and Salma Cherry were at an industry memorial for Fabio in Toronto during this time period. And as Morella said, the defendant said that she couldn't go because she had already planned to go to Myrtle Beach to walk a golf course that was on Fabio's bucket list, and she was going to walk the course alone in his honor. And then also you heard from her sister Anna, who knew she was lying, as well as Deborah Obad, who also knew the defendant was lying. And then, of course, we heard the testimony from Deborah Obad, which was brought out not on direct exam, of course, but on cross-examination by Ms. Stagel, that Deborah Obad told Detective Parshall in a recorded call, "I've got news for her," meaning Monica. "It was Pebble Beach, bitch, not Myrtle Beach." That was on Fabio's bucket list. So we heard that everybody knew this, but again, people want to bury their heads in the sand because they don't want to see what's in front of them, because it is pretty painful and upsetting to believe that you've been duped and lied to over and over again by someone who's supposed to be your close friend or your sister or your family member or your mother. Of course, during this trip, once again, we see the same repetitive behavior that we've seen from the defendant from the beginning, where she posts while she's in Myrtle Beach partying to the Instagram account to, again, maintain this public image that she's been so painstakingly creating so that people will think that she's still heartbroken over Fabio. And you can see the last line, "Missing you is full time." She comes back on May 31st. She returns from Myrtle Beach. We know from the bedding here, this is Baker's bedding that we saw from the search warrant photos, so we're able to identify her location. She's in Baker's bed. She's wearing Baker's Army t-shirt. But once again, she posts to the Instagram picture that you see to the right, a photograph of her wearing a Fabio tribute shirt that's been created by the company with the caption Fabio, and she's posing in it even as she's posting, as she's laying in Baker's bed in his shirt. So we see that the defendant is living the new life that she planned to create with Baker, spending all of her time with Baker, and we can see how much this 20-year marriage to Fabio meant to her. And we also know that she's telling Detective Parshall at the same time, everything sucks, while she's going to Vegas, Myrtle Beach, going to comedy clubs, lying to her daughters, her family, her friends, and Fabio's colleagues. So Deborah Obad, at trial, you heard that she tried to take back all of her prior damaging statements because she's got to get her statements in line with the party line here to try and get her friend off. Even going so far as admitting that she lied at the grand jury because she so wants to help the defendant and her family, which, as I talked to you about last week, are things that you can take into account, such as bias, interest, motive to lie, admissions of being untruthful. She told you on cross-examination that she suspected the defendant was having an affair. She tried to make it sound like it was later in 2017, but of course on cross-examination all her prior statements were brought up, where she mentioned it was back at the beginning of summer. That she knew that Baker slept over while Fabio was out of town from big blabbermouth Jessica. These are the girls that she feels so close to and feels like she's their second mother. But she never warned Fabio, her close friend, who she claimed, she said, you know, watch out for the racquetball friends, and that's supposed to let him know that his wife might be plotting something behind his back. Never told him she thought the defendant was having an affair because, as she said, she couldn't confirm it, yet she knew that Baker had slept over. On Friday, January 20th, we learned prior to the murder, the Miss Obad made a plan for Jessica to babysit that following Monday, January 23rd, the day of the murder, at 4 p.m., which, again, she tried to modify her prior statements. We heard that on January 23rd, when she got to the Sementilli home after receiving a call that she should come over immediately and send Jessica back home, the defendant was saying they killed him. They took the car. And recall, this is prior to anyone seeing the surveillance video that indicated there were two individuals that were participants in this crime. And that on that same night, January 23rd, when she came back to the home after going home to find somebody to watch her child and coming back to help out Monica and the girls, the defendant repeatedly was talking about how she was going to pay for university for her girls, how she was going to pay for health insurance, and that she requested that Obad make contact with several individuals at Fabio's company. We also heard that there was a recorded conversation with Detective Parshall on February 14th where the defendant told Detective Parshall that the defendant said to Luigi exactly what Luigi testified to. Don't worry, Fabio took good care of you. There's lots of insurance policies. And Obad also told him during this same recorded interview on February 14th that at the wake on January 29th, Baker went into Monica's bedroom where Monica was at the time. Possibly that's when the burner phone gets handed off. We also heard there was another recorded call where Obad calls Parshall on March 7th of 2017, and she asks him why he hasn't put a tracker on the defendant's vehicles, not on Baker's vehicle, on the defendant's vehicles. She wants law enforcement to follow the defendant because she suspects the defendant, even though now she denies that. She recalled that she may have referred to the defendant as a liar, but what we heard from these recorded calls is that she called the defendant a liar over and over and told Detective Parshall that the defendant lies about everything. They also discussed the fact the defendant was going on all of these trips, that she went to Vegas, and that she didn't check in even with the girls anymore when she traveled. We heard that the defense interviewed Miss Obad numerous times. One of those occurred on July 5th of 2017 after the defendant had already been arrested, where she repeated to them, just as she told Detective Parshall, that she saw the defendant and Baker coming out of Monica's bedroom during the wake. We also heard that on March 11th, she drove by the Sementilli home when the defendant had painters there painting the home. And as she said, this was to see what was going on. And when she drove by, she saw Baker's vehicle out front, so she took a picture of the black Expedition and sent it immediately to Detective Parshall and directed him to find out who the vehicle belonged to. So again, when you hear anybody in this case say, well, this is somebody who seemed to be stalking, the only person who involved in any type of stalking behavior in this case was Miss Obad. She also told the detectives that she had told the defendant she needed to replace the security system, but the defendant never did. It fell on deaf ears. She also was asked about her testimony at the grand jury in August of 2017 when the facts would have been fresh in her mind, and that while she was under oath, Obad testified that the defendant, again, told her to contact various people at Wella the night of Fabio's murder regarding the life insurance money. You heard that she referred to herself as Nancy Drew, and that was because she believed she was an investigator on this case. And also, you heard about the fact that she then tried at trial to get you to believe that somehow she might have gotten confused at the grand jury, or that she said things at the grand jury that weren't true. So one of the things, as I mentioned, you can take into account with her is the bias and the motive to lie, and she gave you plenty of that in terms of talking about how close she felt to the family and the daughters and gave them a place to live for 3 years, that she refers to herself as their second mother. But another thing you can take into account, of course, is the fact that she admitted to lying on prior occasions, specifically at the grand jury. What does speak volumes, and I don't know if you all caught this, but when she was asked whether or not she had ever visited the defendant, who was one of her closest friends, she indicated that in all the time the defendant had been in custody over the last 8 years, she hadn't made one visit to visit her, and that she only spoke to her briefly by phone, and that was when the defendant's family or her daughters were at her home, and the defendant called there to speak to them. So, again, she was also asked why she didn't warn the defendant, her close friend, that she believed douchebag Rob had brutally murdered her husband and was still hanging out with him, and she told you that was because she didn't want to break the trust that she had with the defendant. Yet you also heard in the same cross-examination, the testimony about her going behind the defendant's back to law enforcement, repeatedly telling them that the defendant was a liar, telling them to put trackers on the defendant's vehicles because she was suspicious of her, that she spied on her, that she accessed the defendant's computer files while she was out of town, and that she had the defendant followed from the airport. You also heard on cross-examination that when the defendant returned from Toronto on the night of her 20th anniversary to Fabio, that the defendant went out until 1 in the morning, and Obad said that was something that the blabbermouth Jessica told her, Anna, and Monica's mother, that she, Monica's sister and mother, colluded together to try and gather information. But you also heard, on the other hand, that Detective Parshall wanted to reach out and speak to Anna, the defendant's sister, but on multiple occasions, Nancy Drew told Detective Parshall that Anna wasn't trustworthy. And that obviously was because she wanted to be the sole source of information to law enforcement, because obviously it made this woman feel very important, and you could plainly see through her testimony, bless you, that she's the kind of person that needs that because she thinks she's smarter than everybody else. We heard that she and the defendant's mother looked through the defendant's computer while the defendant was in Myrtle Beach with Robert Baker at the end of May, that they found receipts for Uber and bars the defendant went to, and she then called Detective Parshall to tell him that the defendant and Baker were on Craigslist swinging, that the defendant was using a fake name, Madonna, and then, of course, Miss Obad admitted she didn't know this side of her friend Monica, and so she sent someone to the airport to spy on her when she came back to see who she was with. On June 5th of 2017, just several days prior to the arrest in this case, there was another recorded call that Obad made to Detective Parshall where she told him the defendant is fucking other couples, repeated that Monica's sister Anna is not to be trusted, that after the murder, the defendant always had her cell phone on her everywhere she went, and that Anna became angry with her when she said, I think your sister's having an affair. Anna said, my sister would never do such a thing. And we also heard that after her arrest, the defendant called her friend, Miss Obad, and asked her to find her an attorney. Despite all of that, nothing changes her mind, just like the defendant's sister Anna, that the defendant was happily married. So again, another person who's just as delusional as the defendant's family, that she proceeded to throw under the bus, as we heard about from her numerous calls to law enforcement. Now, just before the Mirror Awards, we heard that Salma Cherry went to LA Fitness to work out, and he ran into the defendant, and that she was there working out with a man who he didn't recognize until he subsequently saw the defendant's photograph next to a photograph of Robert Baker on the news, reporting their arrests on June 14th. And then he was able to piece together the person the defendant was with in early June prior to the arrest was in fact her lover, Robert Baker. We also know that prior to her arrest, the defendant was doing some research on what law enforcement could do in terms of tracking her phone and what they could see if they got into her phone with respect to her messages. As I mentioned last week, the defendant did a very good job cleaning up her computer and her phone, her messages, her encrypted app, all of those things. And all of that is evidence that you can take into account. We also know that when the defendant flew home from the Mirror Awards, where Fabio was receiving a Lifetime Achievement Award posthumously in June that she went to accept on his behalf. She also lied to Sam Pulera. If you recall, Sam was at the Mirror Awards. He was going to do the defendant's hair for the event. And she starts telling him that everyone at Wella has cut her off and that Sal Macheri wouldn't help her. And this, of course, is after the fact that they've flown her to this event and various other events, first class, that they've paid her Fabio's salary for 6 months. They've written off Fabio's car. They've gotten her business rates on their hotel rooms when they traveled, so on and so forth. And you heard that during these complaints to Sam, she also complained about the fact that Luigi had gotten his share of the life insurance, but that she hadn't, and that she complained to him so much about the fact that she needed money, they needed money, and that they had no money, that he offered to give her money. And she told him that she had gone to Myrtle Beach in order to walk a golf course in Fabio's honor for his birthday. You also heard that while she was in Toronto for these awards, she was staying with her family, and you heard that there was a confrontation that took place where her sister, her mother, and her brother-in-law confronted her about what they had found in her computer, about the affair, her use of the name Madonna, and the sex dates that she had set up for herself and Rob. And you recall what Anna described as the defendant's response to this family meeting. And it wasn't shame, as I mentioned earlier. In fact, it was righteous indignation. She couldn't believe she was being asked these questions and refused to answer and walked away. And here she is flying back after that family confrontation to LA wearing Baker's army shirt and taking selfies that she sends to him because, as we know, during this trip, the first end of it, or the first leg of it, is when she flies out to New York City for Vanessa's medical school graduation, and she gets that email, that fake email from Detective Parshall. She believes she's going home to meet up with Baker because she's going to finally be cleared to receive, at long last, Fabio's life insurance proceeds. And then, of course, the day of the arrest, she messages Baker in the morning that she's on the computer cleaning up, getting rid of anything that can potentially tie her to the murder. We know that a short while later, Robbery Homicide Division has been planning for her return. They have a task force of people to finally take down this woman who's been lying and cheating all this time, who they know participated in the conspiracy to have her husband murdered. And so she's pulled over by Officer Curtis Davis and his partner. You heard that Detective Camacho, who you see there on the top right, is responsible for recovering the phones from the vehicle, including the defendant's 2 phones that are in the photograph in the center, in the Mustang inside of her Porsche, inside of the purse, as well as Baker's Samsung S8. You heard that his Samsung S4 that he previously used was found during a search warrant at his apartment at the Independence address that day, that the defendant's home, a search warrant is served there. Her iPad, her desktop computer, various other items are seized. And then you heard that when they recover the defendant's Apple iPhone, the iPhone 7, iPhone 119 that I talked to you about during opening statement, there's this whole conversation that happens at the cell door where the detectives are trying to get the password so they can open her phone so that they can download the contents, and she gives them one set of numbers after another or after a number, all of which are false. Turns out the password was Robert Baker's birth year, 1962. And so she intentionally locks the phone by giving them all these passwords. So eventually the phone has to be sent to Celebrite. They unlock it, and we get into it anyway. And then you also heard the other item was that ZTE flip phone 120, the burner phone from Baker that we talked about last week, which the defendant also talked about in the various recordings from the lockup with Robert Baker. If you recall, the defendant and Baker, after they are removed from the Mustang, they are placed in the back of the black and white patrol car where a recording device is set up. This is only 53 seconds. Supposed to just click it. Push this little button.
Listen. I know, listen. Gotta get a lawyer immediately. Somebody did this.
Okay. So as you recall, we played for you the relevant portion of this during our case, and it's been a while probably since you've remembered this, but you can play it over the short version that we have clipped for you, or you can play the long version if you choose to do so. But again, she says deny everything. Got it? Everything. So again, as I mentioned last week, they're clearly not covering up for an affair, right? Because you don't get put into the back of a patrol car for having an affair. And then you heard Baker stay, as we talked about again last week, stay in protocol. Again, they planned for this. They know this might eventually happen. And then the defendant's response is, somebody did this. Somebody talked. And they whisper. Again, the reason she's whispering is because, again, at the very beginning of the recording, Baker says, there's recording devices probably all over this thing. And you heard that that should have been the case, but unfortunately, everything that LAPD did to have duplicate listening devices in the back seat, one was turned off instead of being turned on, another one wasn't working, another one wasn't put in, one problem after another, but we still get a fair amount of admissions by the defendant and whispering, which I told you you can take into account with respect to consciousness of guilt. Now, the reason the defense wanted to play the long version for you was because, as you recall, in the long version, you can hear these long periods of time where the defendant is gasping for breath, right? Because the argument is, oh, look at how badly law enforcement treated her. She's in the back of a patrol car. The problem is the guy next to her is having no problem breathing and speaking. She's having a panic attack, right? Because it's one thing to plan for your eventual arrest and what's coming next. It's another thing to actually be in the situation where you're taken into custody and you hear on the radio that you're being arrested for murder and you're now in the back of a patrol car. You also heard from Detective Gable with respect to what happened after the defendant and Baker are transported to Van Nuys Station. The first thing the defendant does, he comes to the cell door, and like I said, she provides various codes for the phone. I think one was 1972, and some others that you'll see in the recording and in the transcript. It turns out, it's, like I said, it's his birth year. She also comes up with this fake story about the ZTE burner phone. She says she found it in the garage just before she left for New York and Toronto in June of 2017, that she was on her way to the store with this phone. She was going to have them hook it up so she could see what was on it, so she could figure out what it was. And as you know, the problem with that whole story is she took that phone with her on January 31st, 5 months prior, when she went to Toronto, and I showed you that last week from the Celebrite report where it says, "Welcome to Toronto." So, and then she and Baker discuss the story that she's given law enforcement about the burner phone, and he says, "Oh, that's good, that's good. You can just say you found it in the back of the truck, or I left it there." So again, they're trying to concoct and get their stories straight so they can present a united defense. And then also, we hear that she tells them when they come to the cell door that they want the combination to the safe. They want to go into the safe. And you saw from the Celebrite some of the reports we put in for June 14th when the detectives go out from robbery homicide to serve the search warrants, because there's simultaneous warrants going down at the Queen Victoria residence as well as at Baker's apartment on Independence. The safe is opened and closed numerous times, and it keeps sending the text messages from Digital Life because they keep opening the mirror to look to see, to make sure somebody's gone in there. And so on that Celebrate report for June 14th, they keep opening the mirror over and over again, and it works just like she said. It sends messages to her phone, and you'll see that on the Celebrate report for June 14th. So we know, like I said, that she deleted the one for the day of the murder, January 23rd, because it shows up on the mobility records, even though on her phone Celebrate report it's been deleted. And so she also tells the detective she doesn't know the combination for the safe, only Fabio used it. She doesn't know it. Another set of lies. And then, again, you guys are now experts on Perkins operations, and I can actually say Perkins operation, you know exactly what I'm talking about. They put her into the cell with this undercover cellmate, and she repeatedly changes her story. And the cellmate is acting like she's an idiot, but that she's catching on, because initially the defendant tells her cellmate she didn't have anything but a friendship with Baker. He was her close friend. They hung out together. He was a family friend. And she goes, "Oh, so he was also friends with your husband?" And she goes, "Yeah, but really more with me." And then it kind of evolves, and as the detectives keep coming to the cell door, the inmate then says to her, "Well, it sounds like it was more than just a friend." And she says, "Well, he was certainly not my boyfriend." And then she goes on to say, "I didn't really want a husband. I didn't want a boyfriend." And then it goes on to talking about the fact that they took some trips together, and she says, "But it was only 2, and it was always with 4 or 5 or 6 other people, and we always shared a room. But when we hang out, a lot of the times it's my idea." So again, getting rid of any defense they have that she's being forced into this relationship. And she tells the cellmate, you know, law enforcement, they never asked me about Baker, which obviously is not true. She also tells the undercover cellmate she never cheated on her husband. She wasn't seeing Baker before the murder. And then when they come back, Detective Gable comes back to the door and says, "Hey, we've gotten into your phone. We've seen the photos. We know about the relationship. We know about the trips you've been taking," because, of course, both G&D and SIS have been following them, and they know about all of this information, including from the trackers on the vehicles. She then changes her story and says, "Well, Baker, he was her confidant. He was her lover. He was her everything." We know that to be the case. And then she says, "Okay, well, maybe Baker was a little bit more than just after her husband's murder. Now she's starting to admit that maybe a little bit before his murder they started to be involved. And then she comes up with this story where she tells him that she cracked Baker over the head with her racket, and that he probably won't remember this. But there was blood that was all over her racket and all over her shoes. And you heard that there was one spot on one shoe, and there's no blood on any racket. And you also have the LA Fitness records. That I think that's the last exhibit that we put in so that you could see later on when she and Baker are in the lockup together talking about the racquetball injury story and trying to get the facts together. When they say, well, it can't be that day because that was the day Jessica said I worked out with her, so it might have been the day before. So we put in the records from LA Fitness because you'll see that on the 21st and 22nd, the defendant did not go to LA Fitness. And then she goes on and she tells her cellmate that she's been so helpful to law enforcement. She's given them all the information they asked for. She doesn't know what an encrypted app even is. What are they asking her about? She's never used the safe. She doesn't have the code to open it. Only her husband did the safe. And then the cellmate starts to ask her, well, it sounds like from what they're telling you, they're saying Baker's DNA is all over the crime scene. Sounds like he did it. Like he's the one. The guy that you've been having an affair with. That's the guy that killed your husband. What are you going to do? And the first thing the defendant says, and nobody's mentioned anything about money, she says, well, it's not for money. It's not for gain. She brings that up all on her own, the financial gain special circumstance. She knows exactly what's going on. And she then proceeds to say, I assume Baker had his own money because, he's like, he managed people and things like that. And then she goes on to say things about how her husband never treated her badly, that he was the love of her life. Of course, this is the same person she's been married to for 20 years almost, and she never spent any time grieving because she was too busy going out with her lover. And that she knows that her husband Fabio would have fought tooth and nail to protect them, his family, from anybody that came to the house. But of course, not so much when he's overpowered by two individuals and he's taken by surprise by lying in wait. And then they take her out of the cell. And after Detective Gable has told the defendant Baker's blood is all over the crime scene, it's in the garage, it's in the kitchen, it's in the entryway, his blood is all over the house, we know it's him. This is what she says. She volunteers this statement. I don't believe that Rob did that. The only other thing I can think of that his DNA would be in my house is probably when I cracked him in the hand when we played racquetball. I brought the towel home. Maybe you were wondering last week why I kept referring to this bloody, dripping towel. It's because of this. This is the statement that she gives to law enforcement, to Detectives Gable and Tellis. So you would have to believe, as I said last week, that she brought home a towel that was so covered in blood that it is literally dripping blood all over the entry, all over the kitchen, all over the garage, and that Delia Rivera, who appears to be someone who is extremely conscientious, just forgot to clean up all these blood drops all over the house and left that day with blood everywhere. So again, when you saw us asking questions about, well, where's the bloody towel when she's walking out of LA Fitness, or where is Baker's hand dripping blood when he walks out of LA Fitness, we didn't see anything like that. And again, just like I mentioned last week, how does the blood somehow miraculously from this dripping towel get transferred to various objects that were clearly strewn around her bedroom to set up a staged burglary scene? So before they're even arrested and charged with murder, they start creating their joint defense. They were involved in a conspiracy to commit murder where they act together. they were involved together in creating a defense, and they came up with a joint story that they were going to tell to law enforcement to try and explain away the DNA in the house. Because remember, Detective Parshall was not giving the defendant any of the results of the DNA testing, but Baker knew he cut himself there. So they had to find a way to be able to explain that away. And we heard that in some of the recordings in the lockup. And then, as you heard, even after this conversation, again, where the detectives are telling the defendant, hey, your lover's blood is all over the crime scene, the defendant continues her relationship with Baker after being told this. So recall, of course, with respect to the testimony of Detective Mitzi Roberts about how she went through the 60 hours of them in the cells numerous times, over and over and over again, and yet there's no recordings in 60 hours. There's no recordings of the defendant saying to Baker, how is it that your blood is all over my house? What did you do? She never confronts him with the fact that she now knows and is discussed with her cellmate. Well, now we know. Never confronts him with the fact that he's the actual killer. Instead, what you hear is the two of them acting together to explain it away in 60 hours. And you heard that again in these 60 hours of them conversing in the lockups, whether it's here or in Van Nuys, they don't talk about Fabio by name. They don't even use his name. They refer to him as him. It had a picture of him, Baker says, when they're talking about a news article. And the defendant says the estate lawyers have been hired to protect his assets. Or the defendant talks about his family, because he's not even important enough to mention by name. It's like he never even existed. And of course, another thing that you're never going to hear in any of the recordings, you never hear the defendant expressing any concern about law enforcement catching or apprehending or identifying the real killers, or the actual killers in this case, if it's not her and Robert Baker. And again, wouldn't somebody who found out that their lover had come into their home and murdered their children's parent want nothing to do with that person ever again, knowing the way it was done in such a cold, brutal, vicious manner, where he's stabbed to death at their home, taking away all of their sense of safety in their home? If you knew that your lover had committed a vicious murder of your husband, stabbed him through the heart, wouldn't you confront that person and then want nothing to do with them? What goes on in the lockup for years defies logic and common sense. You heard in the first lockup recording, which took place June 29th, a couple weeks after they're arrested, the first thing the defendant is telling Baker is, no deals, none. However, she then goes on to say, if there's more evidence, we're fucked. Again, they're not talking about covering up for an affair. If there's more evidence, we're fucked. I'm denying everything except our affair. Well, what else is there if it's only an affair? Ride or die. I was asked if it was you. I said, no fucking way. She's talking about how she's covering up for him, for the two of them, and what they planned. And what is Baker's response from the very beginning? Stick with the program, just like you heard in the back of the black and white protocol. And he refers to them as Bonnie and Clyde. He calls her Mrs. Baker, and he tells her destroy the letters that he's provided to her. passed to her in the lockup in Van Nuys. Flushed them down the toilet. And she says the next time that they come to the courthouse in Van Nuys, August 7th of 2017, I have stuff for you too, but you have to flush it. And we heard the sound of the flushing. And then she tells him the burner, meaning the burner phones. They're discussing the evidence in this case. And she talks about the assets. Everything's been frozen. I can't even sell my house now. And he tells her, don't worry, babe, resolute. In other words, stay strong. August 24th, the courthouse lockup here, right out of this courtroom, in this door right here. She says to him, to Baker, they have a camera at Payless Shoes. They have no video of you. Remember how he met up with her there outside of the Payless? And he says, of us? Because, of course, it's the two of them meeting up, not just him. And she says, none. The video was only for a month or two, right? And then he says, and nothing on the other one at night, too. Well, what are they talking about? They're talking about the night before, where they were going to kill him at the strip mall, January 22nd. Nothing on the other one at night, too. They think they've made it. They're going to get out of this. And then the defendant says, I answered the way I was supposed to when they're talking about their interviews with law enforcement. Remember I said they got together and planned how they were going to answer and what their stories were going to be? I answered the way I was supposed to, meaning the way we planned. I'll never abandon you. And what does he say? This is way back in August of 2017. Same thing that you saw right in front of your eyes when he came into this courtroom. I'll take the blame before anything. I'll lie and take it. If everything goes south, I will figure a way to get us, to break you out. Consciousness of guilt. And here the defendant, on August 31st, tells the defendant, I told my lawyers, I love him. I can't not talk to him. And on November 2nd of 2017, I want to go home with you. I heard they can't get into it because it's encrypted. Otherwise, I'm dead. She's talking about the messages back and forth, right? From Viber and WhatsApp. Otherwise, I'm dead. Meaning if they get into what we've encrypted and they're able to get what we've deleted, I'm dead. And on January 4th, I'm going to put your initials on me, right? We heard them in the back talking about tattooing, and then we saw their jail letters and the pictures she draws where she puts an RB tattoo either on her back or on her finger. And then she says, someone's going to pay for this. And then, of course, the letters, which we went through one afternoon. On June 28th of 2017, we know the defendant sent numerous letters, jail kites, to Baker while they were in custody. And she refers to Baker as her ride or die. She calls him her everything, not her husband of 20 years, Baker. Ride or die, 100%. We must do what we said we would. And she refers to herself in all of these letters and signs them Mrs. Baker. And she talks about sticking to their protocol. She says, as you can see on the cutout piece, I've stuck to protocol. Again, meaning their plan. It admitted to love affair of about a year. That's all they're going to admit to, just as she said, as you heard her say out of her own mouth on the recordings. And then the way she says it at the end, always on my mind, with all of my fiber, Mrs. Baker. And then in another letter, this one was dated July 1st, Ride or Die, MB for Monica Baker. This one sent through, as you heard, a pen pal. Another inmate's name, Nishia Hayer. Ride or die, always and forever. Like we're talking about high school kids passing notes in class. That's how serious they're taking these charges. Here, July 7th, the defendant says, resolute, sticking to the plan. That's what that means. Protocol. She repeats the same phrase Baker said. Right? And here, August 8th, 2017, the defendant says, I love you so very much, baby. Thank you for fighting. Thank you for loving me. My soulmate. Love, Monica Baker, for eternity. This is as she's facing murder charges in this case. This is the stuff she's writing. Because of course they don't think they're going to get caught. And then she writes this, dated August 10th of 2017. I need all of you. I can't wait to see you again, my love. And of course, where do they see each other? Every time they come to court, right? Because they're co-defendants in this indictment. Yours eternally, Monica/Madonna Baker. And like I said, in the drawings that she keeps sending to him, very similar to the photographs that she takes. Nobody's forcing her to take the photos. Nobody's forcing her to draw these things. My man, my baby, my love, my bestie, my soulmate. Remember when she told Detective Castro at the Wella Memorial, May 29th of 2017, when they're talking to her, and she says, my boyfriend was my husband. He was my soulmate, right? And then here, this is what she puts in writing that she doesn't think they're ever going to see. And again, R.D., Ride or Die, Mrs. Robert L. Baker, Robert Louis Baker, because I told you she has him in her contacts under a fake name in her phone. Remember that, Louisa? You are everything to me, she writes in this last line behind these characters she draws. And then you saw and heard about the encrypted kites that they send to each other. In this case, Baker was leaving encrypted messages for her in the lockup going up the staircase. And you heard from Detective Balderrama that she wasn't able to take possession of these items because he had his eyes on her the entire time. There's a secret way that they communicated while they were in there, as you heard from Detective Roberts. Very similar to the coding or the encrypted apps that they used when they were on the outside. And then we heard that they went to great efforts to communicate without anybody knowing, even their attorneys. Again, another attempt to try and manipulate the system. And you heard them in the jail recordings where they talk about clean calls, where they use other inmates' PIN numbers so they can't be traced back to them. And they call through third parties, as I discussed last week. You even heard Baker, when he calls his friend Lynch, the lawyer, calls through the law office, and the law office, they're using the law office for their ongoing conspiracy to communicate. He refers to the defendant, his girlfriend, as my crimey, his crime partner. Because again, who's going to be listening to somebody calling a law office? Those are privilege calls, aren't they? Yeah, not when they're not actually your lawyer. Not when you're trying to cover up for a conspiracy to commit murder that hasn't ended because you haven't yet received the benefit, meaning the money, the object of the conspiracy.
So research 15. Counsel, you may continue.
Okay. So, I think we only may have played one jail call or jail visit for you, and this is the one where Isabella comes to visit her mother on April 8th of 2018, and of course Isabella has no idea what ride or die means or what it relates to. But in this case, I wanted to point out to you that you have the defendant who's written in ink ride or die on the back of her neck, and knowing now that ride or die relates to the protocol between the defendant and Baker as to what their plan is to try and thwart justice if they're ever arrested. This is what the defendant is making fun of to her daughter, because of course in this case what she's been arrested for is the murder of Isabella's father and the pact that the defendant and Baker have made to take their conspiracy to kill her father to their graves. Kind of gives new meaning to this piece of evidence. So again, I from the beginning have been going over with you the various types of evidence in this case, the physical evidence, the evidence through witness testimony, circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, but of course, as I've told you when I went through the law with you on last Thursday, that applies to the charges and the special circumstance allegations, we went through what the evidence is, and at least some of it in this case. And I'm not going to go over it again today because I think you're all well aware by now that there are a lot of items of evidence that were presented at trial, and now perhaps you're starting to get how they all fit together to form the larger puzzle, so that you're able to go back there and hopefully your jury deliberations will go very efficiently and smoothly and maybe even quickly. Again, one of the instructions that I mentioned last week deals with this issue of consciousness of guilt, and Judge Cohen is going to read you that instruction probably tomorrow, that deal with different ways that fall under this category of consciousness of guilt or evidence of consciousness of guilt. You can do it by suppressing evidence, by trying to keep it from coming out, concealing evidence. We heard a lot about that, and the destruction of evidence, and we heard an awful lot of evidence about that. So think of things, this is that I've mentioned previously, deleting the encrypted applications and therefore all the messaging related, cleaning up the computer, whispering at times when they know they're being recorded. That would be suppressing or trying to conceal, flushing jail kites or jail letters, destruction, destroying jail mail, hiding letters from each other in other inmates' bunks. That could be suppression. It could also be concealing. Using other inmates' PIN numbers to make clean calls. Again, ways of trying to get around the system, to hide what you're trying to talk about. Using other inmates' names to send jail mail to each other, to and from, so that it won't be detected and identified as yours, or calling through third parties such as Howard Lynch or Baker's sister or whatever real relationship April is. Now, again, keep in mind, and I mentioned this several times last week, the standard in this case is proof beyond a reasonable doubt, not beyond all possible doubt, not beyond an imaginary doubt, but it has to be based on reason and common sense. And I talked about that last week, and I think for you all, I think you are understand that and understand what you're being tasked with here. But also keep in mind when you look at all of the evidence in this case, and there is an overwhelming amount of evidence, obviously. I've been able to talk for 2.5 days, and I could probably go on, as I said, for days more. I didn't think I'd be here this long. But there is an enormous amount of evidence in this case. And we know that all of the evidence in this case was created by the defendant along with her co-conspirator, Robert Baker, as well as, to some degree, Chris Austin. And so you also have the January 22nd attempt to kill him. And we know that in this case, you got an idea of what that life, the Sementilli life, looked like prior to all of this, knowing that the defendant basically destroyed all of that. She threw it all away in order to be with Baker, even as she's in custody. She's doubling down on it, right? And she's saying, my baby, my soulmate, wait for me, we're going to be together. This is their future. This is their plan. And we also heard that when they were in the cells being recorded in the lockup, that they talked about the fact that they deserve each other, that they've earned a right to each other. And on that, I would say they are correct. So, you heard from, as I said, numerous people throughout the course of this trial, all people who the defendant lied to, took advantage of, manipulated, and or coerced. And you heard that time and time again, over and over again, with respect to everything. And you recall way back at the beginning when we were talking about the crime scene and what Detective Parshall and Verna and Castro, Efren Gutierrez, all of these detectives that went out there to try and get a sense of what went on in this particular case, that when Detective Efren Gutierrez walked through the crime scene with the defendant and Detective Parshall on their way out the following morning on January 24th of 2017, remember Detective Gutierrez said to Detective Parshall, he testified that he told him he thought the defendant was full of crap. Remember that? And it was because of her very unusual demeanor in the aftermath of her husband's murder. And it turns out that all of this comes back full circle now that you've heard all of the evidence since that crime scene and everything that the defendant and Baker created in the aftermath in trying to go back and destroy everything behind them and conceal evidence. But it turns out that Detective Gutierrez was 100% correct. And when you think about what happened in this case, the fact that so many people were deceived, including, and most of all, most importantly, her family, meaning her two daughters who thought they had parents that loved each other, that they had, as you heard, an amazing mother, and of course Fabio Sementilli, who believed that his wife was there to share his life with him, to raise their family, that he trusted her and never would in a million years have suspected anything like this would have been coming. But then you also see in this case over the course of the last 2 months how the defendant used people, used even her own daughters, like pawns, in order to get them to do things that she needed them to do, or to guilt them into feeling bad for wanting her to come home when they were afraid to be alone in the home alone where their father was murdered. And that, again, she's the one that brought us all here. I told you last week that we're all here in this courtroom because of one person, and it's because of her. She's the one who destroyed so many lives and their entire family. No one else did that. There's no one else to blame for any of that. Your job is to look at all of the evidence. That means all the witness testimony. And you can go through the evidence in any way you so choose. But there is a tremendous amount of evidence, and it's your job to go through it and to decide whether or not the evidence in this case proves the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I would say at this point, based on the overwhelming evidence of guilt that you've heard over the course of the last 2 months, that there is no doubt. And when I think about a jury trial, I think about it in terms of the fact that a trial is really a search for truth, right? We're trying to get at what really happened, who's responsible. And in this case, what you heard and what I've talked to you about a little bit this morning was the defendant tried to hide the truth. She, along with her ride or die, Robert Baker, they destroyed evidence, they deleted evidence, they tried to hide the planning behavior, they tried to hide the conspiracy, the fact that they were working together to bring about a common result that they both intended and wanted. That would be the death of Fabio Sementilli, so that they could have this new future together and so that they would have a way to be able to pay for this future that they wanted. Because, of course, when the defendant is offered a job opportunity by one of Fabio's friends, by Ernie, that's not what she wants. She doesn't want to have to work for it. So she wants to be able to live her life with somebody else paying for it. And so when you hear about all of the evidence that they destroyed, you have to keep in mind that these are two individuals who didn't believe that they would ever get caught. They didn't believe that there would be a jury now sitting here listening to all of these things that they thought weren't going to be captured on these recordings, that when they were whispering, somehow we would miss that, or the way that they managed to communicate to one another, it was so convoluted and complicated that we would never be able to retrieve any of that, those jail kites. And in fact, what you heard is that we were able to retrieve some of it and enough of it so that you could add it on top of everything that you have from the evidence from the crime itself, and now you layer on top of it all of their own words, their recordings, and their own words in their jail mail. But all of this was done very intentionally to prevent you from being able to learn about and to hear the truth. But as you heard, it doesn't work like that. And in this case, it didn't. And that all of this evidence of conscience of guilt is yet more evidence that you can layer on, even on top of that, of this mountain of evidence, all of it pointing to the defendant's guilt. So, very soon, this is going to be, this case, the responsibility for this is going to be turned over to you. I know you're all ready for that, and you know that your job is to be able to evaluate the evidence in this case, even though there is an enormous amount, to apply the law that Judge Cohen is going to provide you with. But in this case, you already know the truth. And you know there's a vast amount of evidence in this case, and you just have to put all of the pieces together. And I've tried to do that over the course of the last couple of days. But in this case, it's very obvious that the defendant, along with her lover, murdered Fabio Sementilli along with assistance from Christopher Austin, that the murder was committed for financial gain, as well as for other motivations, in other words, their future together, that the murder was committed by means of lying in wait, because Fabio Sementilli in this case was ambushed based on a secret plan or design that the defendant and her lover put into place, and that the defendant, along with Robert Baker and Christopher Austin, conspired in order to kill Fabio Sementilli on January 22nd, as well as on January 23rd of 2017. And ultimately, we all know that they were successful because their planning was so meticulous. And so I thank you for the time and attention you have shown, and I hope that your deliberations go smoothly. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take 10 minutes while we allow the defense to set up for their argument. The evidence applies. I'll see you back in about 10 minutes.
And I promise I will not take as long as the prosecution. She took almost 3 days. I'm just going to take 2.5. I hope you're laughing. Because one of my points to you as we begin this journey, and let me first say, the hardest thing as a defense attorney is to listen to the phone going off in the middle of your argument.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Sylvia.
Sorry.
I've always known secretly she doesn't like it. The hardest thing is to sit there for, almost 3 days, more than 3 days of argument, and not be able to jump up and say, wait a minute. That's not right. Wait a minute. She got that wrong. Wait a minute. That wasn't the evidence. A couple of times I objected. The court properly said, if you think she said it wrong, you tell him. You clear it up. That's what you're here for. That's why we have a trial. And I will. I'm going to give you some general thoughts about this case because I've been thinking about it, and I'm the only attorney that's been on this case, except for maybe the prosecutor, for 8 years. And I first want to thank Ms. Burke and Mr. Babbage, Mr. Jones, and Ms. Peters, who's not here today. And I'm sure Ms. Silverman feels the same way about Ms. Stagel. There is no way in a case with hundreds of thousands of exhibits, forensic and otherwise, 9 weeks of testimony, 50, 60 witnesses, and I'll get to that because most of those witnesses were here to establish that Monica Sementilli had an affair and to disparage her character, and they did a damn good job, and much of it was earned. But we're not here to decide whether or not Monica Sementilli was a bad wife, an adulteress, and we'll get to all those synonyms that Ms. Silverman put up there for betrayal. Because yes, she did. We're here to decide, you are here to decide, if she's been proven guilty of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder beyond a reasonable doubt. And I submit to you, if the evidence was that clear, it would not have taken 8 years and 8 weeks of testimony to prove it. Because most of what was presented to you were two things. With all those exhibits and all the jury instructions that His Honor is going to give to you, and that is that Robert Baker and Christopher Austin committed first-degree murder, conspired to do that. The other thing they proved over 8 years and 8 weeks and 50-plus witnesses is that Monica Lewinsky, I knew I was going to do that once. And I apologize. Monica Sementilli had an affair. I guess that's why it was on my mind, but the President of the United States is not on trial here. That's what they proved. Over 8 weeks and 50 witnesses. That Baker and Austin conspired to commit first-degree murder, and Monica Sementilli had an affair. Now, when you look at her, and I know you've looked at her throughout the trial, it's hard not to. She's the defendant. Before you go into your deliberations in the deliberation room, take one last look at her. Not with any sympathy, because she doesn't deserve any sympathy. Not with any daggers, although there are many who've had daggers out for her for a long time. That she has deserved. But look at her and say to yourself, innocent. Innocent. Before you go into the jury room. Because what the law requires you to do is exactly that. It's just not me saying that. A defendant in a criminal action is presumed to be innocent until the contrary is proven. In case of a reasonable doubt, whether it's satisfactorily shown, she's entitled to a verdict of not guilty. That places upon the people the burden of proving her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Next slide, if you would. And then it defines reasonable doubt, and you'll get this. It is not mere possible doubt, because everything open to human affairs relating to it is open to imaginary or possible doubt. The state of the case after the entire comparison and consideration of all the evidence leaves you in the condition you cannot say you feel an abiding conviction of the truth of the charge. An abiding conviction to the truth of the charge. And what that means, and what His Honor will tell you, is as you are sitting here now, the trial's not over. The trial includes closing argument and a rebuttal argument from the prosecution. The trial is not over until you go back there and start deliberating among the 12 of you. And throughout all of this, she is presumed innocent. And I submit to you what has happened in this case from the moment Robert Baker's DNA was found all over the murder scene to the moment that Monica Sementilli was tied to him by having an affair, was connected to him. It was clear that she was having an affair, a sexual affair, romantic affair, a cheating affair, every word you can think of, and Ms. Silverman put most of them up there. From the very beginning, that's what they knew. Within 2 weeks. 2 weeks of the murder. And what LAPD did, and what the prosecution did, is they assumed, just like Mr. Austin says so many times, well, I assume she knew. They assumed that the affair was proof of the murder. Not only proof, but that's all they really needed to prove, was that she was having an affair. Something that nobody doubted from the beginning. Nobody who took any look at this case. And it didn't take 51 witnesses to establish that. But I submit to you, if you went back and looked at your notes, about 30 or 40 or 50 of them almost established just that. Why do you think they did not arrest Monica Sementilli once they knew she was having an affair? Now, a more important question, frankly, that I don't have a good answer for, and maybe they do, is why they didn't arrest Robert Baker as soon as they knew he was the likely murderer. All this talk about, my God, she had no concern for the safety of her children. She didn't buy a new DVR. This is after they told her this was a knock-knock burglary. It never really reoccurs when there's a murder involved. Why are they come back to the murder scene? They're going to knock-knock. They're going to knock-knock someone else. Deborah Obad's husband had changed the locks. What about the second murderer? He wasn't even identified, let alone captured. You're telling me that leaving Robert Baker on the street for 4 months was necessary, was smart, was wise, was designed to keep her safe? No. And they certainly didn't need more evidence against Robert Baker. My God, they had his DNA, as I said, everywhere in that house. The murder scene, the Porsche, everywhere. They could have gone out and arrested him the next day and taken him out of the population, sat him down, and interrogated him. Maybe he would have talked, maybe he wouldn't have. Maybe they would have found out right away who Austin was. Maybe he would have made the sweet deal that Mr. Austin made 8 years later. You tell us who your partner was, and we'll take half your life back. We'll give you half your life. You're facing life without parole, you'll be out in 15 years. Well, we'll get to that because he refused any deal. And we know who jumped at the deal. But no, they did not arrest him for one reason. They wanted her. From the very beginning, and I'm not going to say they, because these gentlemen did not get on the case for like 8 years. 10, how many detectives? 12 detectives. Some died, some retired. They all wanted her. Why? The evil woman, the evil housewife, the black widow, I don't know what the stereotype they had. Maybe they just wanted her because they realized if it wasn't for her, Baker would not have been in her life. If it wasn't for her, Fabio Sementilli would be alive today. For that, she is responsible and will live for that for the rest of her life. But adultery is not murder. Bless you. If it was, there'd be a lot more people in death row or on life without parole now than there are. You know that, and I know that. And they knew that, at least LAPD, and they knew that, the prosecution. So, what did they do? They left the murderer on the street, Baker, and they decided, we're going to find more evidence against her. And how are we going to do that? Every way we can. My God, they must have used half of LAPD and the surveillance squad and narcotics squad, tailing and surveilling and listening and looking at phones and everything. They put more effort into that than the Kennedy assassination. And what did they prove after 4 months? And we'll go through that. They proved that she was having an affair. Because if you presume she is innocent as the law requires, and you presume, just when you start your deliberations, that everything she did was to protect the affair, not to cover up the murder, you know what? Everything falls into place. She was obsessed with her family not finding out, with anybody not finding out, especially when he was murdered. Not because she was part of the murder, but because she was having an affair. An affair, and then he's murdered. And eventually, when Robert Baker was identified and arrested, for the last 7 years, she's been responsible for having brought him into their life. Because without Monica hooking up, if you will, with Robert Baker, there is no way Fabio Sementilli is dead today. But she has paid dearly for that affair. Even if you find her not guilty, she has been in jail for 8 years because of that affair. She is paid dearly. What you have to decide is if they have proven her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And that means when she covered up the phones and wanted to delete this and wanted to go, whatever she did, was it WhatsApp he put her on? Whatever the evidence was, that they went to the nightclub and she was dancing in Las Vegas and stripping and sending lurid, explicit, pornographic photos to her lover, was it necessary to put all that on? Did you need that? Those photos of her dancing and the descriptions of having oral sex? Swinging, whatever, did you need to see all that in front of her sister? Did they have to show those photographs? Whatever you find about the murder charge, one thing is clear. They set out to assassinate her character, and they did a damn good job. And you know what? A lot of it was her fault. Absolutely. You will not hear us come up here and excuse or explain one of the acts she did in having the affair or covering up the affair. What we will address is the evidence they say proves she committed the murder. The murder. Let's move on to the next slide. You heard a lot about circumstantial evidence from the prosecution. That means basically there's direct evidence that Robert Baker committed the crime. Actually, no one saw him do it. That's a lot of circumstantial evidence too. His DNA was there, and he's running up, and then of course he confessed. That's pretty good evidence. But the rest of the evidence is circumstantial. In other words, if she was on the phone, if they put in a new system, if she deleted some messages, if she was seeing him surreptitiously, she was dancing with him, if she covered this up and that up, is that evidence of the murder or the affair? Because if circumstantial evidence as to any particular count permits two reasonable interpretations, one of which points to the defendant's guilt, the other to her innocence, you must adopt that interpretation that points to the defendant's innocence and reject that interpretation that points to her guilt. If on the other hand, and this is fair, if one interpretation is unreasonable and the other is reasonable, you must accept the reasonable and reject the unreasonable. Monica Sementilli, in 8 years, has never confessed to the murder of her husband. You didn't see one bit of evidence where she says, "My God, why did we kill him? Well, how could I do this?" Either overheard or not overheard. She's the only one. Baker and Austin, my God, have gotten into court and pled guilty to the murder of Fabio Sementilli. Not her. Everything about, and no one saw her kill him, which obviously she did not, as if she needed an alibi, as if she would have found the body, and we'll get to that. This timing is so crucial to you in this case. By itself, it establishes as reasonable doubt the timing of this small window you heard so much about, and I'll get to that. It's all circumstantial evidence. And if you assume, if you presume, like the law requires you, that she is innocent, as she sits here right now, and you presume that throughout your deliberations, and you presume she was having an affair, everything she did is consistent with the affair. And if there are two reasons, now it could be consistent with the murder also. If you destroy the messages, or if you're at the house, or if you lie about something that the police talk to you, or you hassle them about insurance, and I'll get to that. Yeah, that could be evidence that points to guilt. It also could point to evidence that points to innocence. Yes, she wants the insurance. She got 2 kids. She knows she did nothing wrong. Why are they holding it up? And I want you to listen. And we may play some of those, because I'm not going to be here 3 days, but I'll be here a few hours. All this so-called haranguing of Parshall, who unfortunately is not here, and that died, totally unrelated to this. But all we have are the phone messages recorded, if you remember. There are about 5 or 6 they were played to you. Play a couple. They're very short. Interestingly, one was a message from Monica that we believed had nothing to do with the affair, and that one can't be found. It's gone. All right? Can't be found. But there are plenty. And you have been led to believe that every time she called up LAPD, whether it was Parshall, and they said Parshall had the best relationship with her, or anyone else, that she was just fixated on insurance. That's all she was thinking about, caring about. You listen to those and presume she's innocent, remember, as you are required to do. Wouldn't you be calling up knowing that what they were waiting for is to clear her? Well, why haven't you cleared me? That's what an innocent person would do. It's been 4, 5, 6 months. You had blood all over the car. Why haven't you cleared me? What about my children? Have you cleared them? My God, have you cleared Jessica and Isabella? Are they really co-conspirators? For a while I thought they were going to call them that because they had the nerve to stand by their mother. Well, they know their mother a lot better than the prosecution knows their mother. And they love their father. And when they said, we stand by our mother, we just don't believe she could have done this, they meant it. And you know what? It cost them dearly as well. It cost them the relationship with all of the relatives of Fabio. Every one of them deserted her. More than deserted her, and excuse my language, one of them called her a bitch and a cunt. Those are horrible words. And the only reason I repeat them is because they are, and they were said, admittedly, by Morella to one of the girls. This is how they treated them. But it wasn't how they treated them before the arrest, was it? Before the arrest, when they presumed Monica had nothing to do with it, as you are legally bound to presume, what was the relationship between the family? They were grieving together. They attended wakes together. They flew to Canada to honor him, and not every flight was paid for. Funeral, yes. Honoring him, no. The whole family was there. They were grieving together. They flew down. They helped out. They helped with food and lodging, and the girls lived, I think, for a while at Deborah Obad's. Everybody was helping out and feeling sorry for Monica and Jessica and Isabella, as well they should have. Did any of them, before the arrest, which was 4 months later, anyone from Wella, and you heard 5 or 6 witnesses, Henry Meyer, Eversbacher, Storr, Alicia Truesdale, you heard several witnesses testify. And you heard several family members testify. And basically, if you just sat in this audience and you listened to them from the witness stand, you would have thought, my God, they must be right. This Monica was a real work of art. She didn't care. She was getting drunk. She was singing My Way. First time I have ever heard the song My Way criticized for being sung. And it was Fabio's favorite song. But that was no good. The way she dressed was no good. The way she acted was no good. The way she hounded Mr. Mayor was no good. The way she hounded Truesdale was no good. Where's the insurance? What are you doing? Did any of them go to the police or anyone else, the head of the company, and say, you know what? Fabio was just murdered, and you ought to see how Monica is behaving. She is hounding us about insurance. She can't believe she hasn't been paid. She wants to know how much money's coming in. She wants to know about his options. She wants to know how long you're going to pay him. She wants to know all these things. Maybe she's involved. Maybe you ought to look at her. Why is she so obsessed with all that? Did any of them go to the police and say that? Because none of them were interviewed for those 4 months between the murder and the arrest were they? You look it up. Then, what happens? Then the police tell Jessica, having the nerve to first sit her down and start questioning her again. By the way, do you remember when your mom did this? You know, and we're getting close. Don't worry. We'll be there. We'll be there. Total lies. They lied to them for 4 months. Talk about a ruse. This is more than a ruse. Out and out lies. Even to Jessica. And you know what happens at the end of their interview in June? Oh, by the way, Jessica, we just arrested her for murder. You better go tell your sister and your family. That's how they were informed. Now, not only did Parshall or Gable, I forget who it was, announce that they were going to be, they had been arrested. In fact, that day, they don't can announce it before they're arrested, and we'll get to the arrest. So they are arrested, and the family is informed, of course, Fabio's family and Monica's family. And what do they say? Do they say what was up there? Well, she's been charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy, intent to commit murder. Now, of course, she'll have a right to a trial, and we'll put on evidence, and then the jury will decide. Now, you know what they said? We just arrested your mother. She killed Fabio. She killed him with Baker. We're sure of that. We know it. There's no doubt. Well, they might have just been judged, executioner, and sentenced her right then and there. You have the trial there. There's no doubt. That's what was presented to the public and the family. Now, how would you react? Number one, if it was your family, his sister, his brother, children, whatever. How would Fabio's family react when the police told them, we've caught her lover, they killed him, and there's no doubt. His DNA is all over the place. They didn't spell out what they had on her other than they were having an affair. But they were more than happy to play judge, jury, and executioner, as I said. That is not their job. Their job is not to convict. Their job is to arrest. And they don't need proof beyond a reasonable doubt to arrest. Prosecution's a different story. But prosecution didn't get this case tried for a lot of reasons. Not all their fault, but I'll get to that. For 8 years. So for 8 years, if you've read anything in the paper or watched Dateline or 2020 or any of those shows like Mr. Austin did and his family, and I'll get to
I'm going to object. Since that's not evidence.
Again, that's overruled for the reasons I've been stating earlier.
I thought I heard that Mr. Austin and his mom and dad or whatever were watching all these crime shows. Okay? All right. Maybe they were different crime shows. But they were crime shows. That's how she knew Baker was arrested. And Monica. And we'll get to that. So if you are watching television or reading in the paper and they have a little paper clip of the actual story when the arrest took place, what are you going to assume? You know, when I open the paper and it says huge bust and I'm a criminal defense attorney and it says cartel arrested and so forth, yeah, I probably assume they got something on them. But I'm not a juror like you are. I can do that. The public can do that. The family can do that. You can't. But my point is, everything changed once they were told that Monica and her lover murdered Fabio. Only then were all these people interviewed. Only then, do we have that slide with what Luigi said? There's an interesting statement that Luigi testified to, and forgive me for jumping around, but I do that often with Mr. Babbage. And while he's looking for that, let me just tell you, what it basically says, and you'll see, is that once he learned that Monica killed Fabio with Baker, everything opened up. Here's what it is. That's Luigi's testimony from the trial of this terrible crime. There was something asked about this terrible crime, which indeed it was. Answer, right. Once you go back and start recollecting, it becomes very clear. The puzzle pieces fit together very easily. So at the time, no. But once I heard about the events in the case, the clouds cleared and things started making sense again. What he's saying is, at the time of the murder, none of this made sense about Monica being involved. But once I heard about the events, their arrest, and the police saying they did it, there's no doubt, everything started to make sense again. And the problem is that none of these people from Wella or the family, most of the other witnesses were interviewed until after they knew or were told that Monica was guilty of killing her husband. Now, how would you look at things if it was your family and your Fabio? How would you look at things at Wella when it's clear they adored this man? And let me make it clear, you won't hear a negative word about Fabio Sementilli from this side, and I doubt from that side. If there's anything we all agree on, it's the kind of person he was. An employee rising up, beloved by everyone. Then they hear Monica had him killed with her lover, Baker. Oh, by the way, what do you recall about Monica making contact with you after the murder? Well, I got to tell you, she was rabid about that. Every time she called, it was insurance, insurance, insurance. She didn't even mention Fabio. My God, the cremation, he shouldn't have been cremated. He should have been buried. That was a real problem. Oh, you should have seen the way Monica acted at the funeral, at the wake. My God, she was drinking too much. She wasn't dressed. She was my way. How inappropriate, one of them said. Everything, the clouds cleared and things started making sense. Thank you, Jeremy. All of a sudden, for the first time, we heard about lack of tears. We heard about he shouldn't have been cremated. We heard about My Way. We heard about replacing Bella's totaled Fiat and buying a Mustang. We heard about the focus on life insurance. That's when we started hearing about that, after they were told they had been arrested and Monica was guilty. If she had had tears, they would have been fake tears. Whatever she had done, it would have been wrong. Because you didn't hear about lack of tears except from Gable at the grand jury. No one who came to the house that night ever said, you know what? She wasn't crying. Well, some people cry and some don't. I cry in movies more than I cry over tragedies in the family. That's just me. Some said Bella was frozen. She didn't know how to react. Everyone who was asked the day of the murder and shortly thereafter, the police asking him said yes. She was heartbroken. She wore his sweatshirt for a week. She wanted to sleep in his bed that night. All of that is going to be turned around and made dirty. Because if you conclude, if you presume she was guilty, if you presume she is guilty, that everything she did is going to look bad. It's going to look not kosher. Something's wrong. But if you look at her as the law requires and presume for the purposes of the short time you have left, which is now hearing to me, listening to me, and I thank you for that. You have no choice, but I thank you for that. Because this is still part of the trial. If you presume she is innocent when you go back there, just look at the evidence from the prism of she is innocent and had nothing to do with the murder. And then you'll see that asking about the insurance was not that crazy, because it also was acting about, when are you going to find out who did this? And about her financial issues, you're going to realize she didn't know that Wella was going to give him 6 months' salary and take care of the hospital and medical and forgive the car loan. She didn't know that originally, when she's supposed to be obsessed with insurance in the beginning. Well, yeah, if your husband suddenly dies and you know he has insurance and you know it's for the kids, remember, half of that money, almost half, maybe a little less, was going to the children. Some was going to Luigi. Monica wanted Luigi to know that he had a separate policy that was going to protect his college education. All of that now becomes dirty. And everything she did in terms of having the affair with Baker was made even more dirty. It was made slutty. She was made into a whore. What did they uncover with all those surveillance? Imagine the manpower and the cost to go around surveilling and tracking their cars and where they went for 4 months. What have they found? She kissed a bouncer. They went to nightclubs. She didn't come home every night when she should have. If that was a crime, my mom would have been in jail. Everyone's had nights when you're 16, 17, 18, and mom and dad are supposed to be home at 10 and they come in at 12. Okay. It's not cool. It's not good. It doesn't make him a murderer. And what did you see? You saw text messages over a 4-month period for 3 nights. One of them when Jessica was saying, hey, take it easy, Bella. You were going out too. Was it good for her? Was it the right thing to do for her to continue her affair with Robert Baker after Fabio was killed? That's an easy question. Of course not. But they had been having the affair for a year before then. And whatever it was in her psyche or her marriage or her upbringing or her sexual desires, I can't tell you. I'm not a psychiatrist. But I can tell you this, that none of that makes you a murderer. And the worse they try to make her look, the more you should ask yourself, why? Why? I had all this evidence. She did it, this forensic evidence. We will go through every one of that forensic evidence. We will show you when they say Monica only contacted Baker when she was eventually cleared. They said, another ruse. Everything that police did in this case was a lie. Okay, they told you why, but it was. It wasn't true that Monica first told Baker. 2 nights before, he told his family. She was there for a graduation. She got an email 2 days before saying, we're close. The letter's going to be written. You're going to be cleared. They celebrated. She and Anna and her family. 2 days later, she gets the final email. You have been cleared. Yes, she lets Baker know. It's her lover. What? She's going to let him know. And I guess the next day they were supposed to fly off to Italy in the plane and buy half the real estate in Las Vegas. Do you really think that Monica's family was ever going to accept Robert Baker as her new partner? There's a big reason why she wasn't going to divorce him. It had nothing to do with religion. My God, she got married because of a divorce that Fabio had when they were having an affair. She wasn't going to divorce him, and she certainly wasn't, after the murder, going to say, oh, I just want you to know, I miss my husband, but hey, it's okay, boy, I got a real winner for you now. He's a child molester and a porn star. That was never going to happen. She was never going to divorce him. She had everything she wanted, moral or not. She had a loving husband, making a good living, living the good life, 2 beautiful kids, and whatever Mr. Baker offered, in bed or otherwise, she had that too. Why kill him? Why kill him? Not even to mention having the ability to plan a plot to kill your husband. I mean, that takes pretty devious mind. Did she have a criminal record? Was there anything in her background that would make you believe that she'd run off with this porn star and kill her husband to be with him? No chance. Ah, but where does that leave him? Where does that leave the wonderful Mr. Baker? If she goes back to her family and her husband or finds somebody new, he's gone. He was broke at the time. You check the records. He didn't have $1 to his name. You can bet he wanted money because he thought she had it. But it wasn't her wanting the money. He did. She had plenty. And if she divorced him, and we'll put that death versus divorce chart up there. And by the way, the death versus divorce was not introduced by us. Oh, you had Mr. Malatesta, and he was up there telling you how he represented Britney Spears and this one and that one. You know what? That's Mr. Malatesta. He's a show-off. Does it make him a bad lawyer? Does it make him wrong about alimony? Who was right about alimony? Miss Eversbacher put up, here's what you get for death, and here's what she got for divorce, much more from death. And you know what? There was nothing in the categories for alimony. Now, she said, well, it's speculative. And, okay, so put up there, speculative. Oh, it could have been 5 years or 10 years. So put up there, 5 years, $20,000 a year, whatever, you get $100,000, $50,000 a year. He was making a lot of money. They were married for 20 years. This is a no-fault state, which means you could have 20 affairs, and if you get divorced and you were married in California, you get community property. I don't care what kind of cheater you were or adulterer you were. It's not even up there. Then they put up there for the P&G stock options $935,000. So she knew if she had him killed, she'd get $935,000. That is BS. That is so false, it's hard even to discuss it. She took the amount that the options were worth in 2023, 2024, 7 years later, and the only reason they were exercised is because Mr. Rubin, the administrator of the estate who was chosen by Luigi, got a letter from Procter & Gamble saying, you got options here. You don't exercise them, you're going to lose them. So he exercised them. $935,000. And that was Monica's planning? She'd been rotting in jail for 7 years. You don't think she could have used some of the money from the options? At least to pay her lawyer. It's a joke.
Yes. It's a good time to break. Let's take our lunch and recess until 1:30. The admission applies. Now discuss this case either among yourselves or with anyone else or form or express any opinion until the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good lunch. See you at 1:30. The defendant's present, all counsel present, jury, and Alderson present. Good afternoon. Mr. Levine, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Hope you all had a good lunch. Had a lot of lunches in the last 9 weeks. All right. Let's get back to the issue of what the prosecution has to prove. As I pointed out to you, what they did prove over and over again is that Monica Sementilli had an affair with Robert Baker. So that we know. That's a given. The question is, what do they have to prove? Now, the charge is conspiracy to commit murder and first-degree murder. So let's look at the elements. Ms. Silverman went through these in great detail, and I'll tell you why I'm going through them in a second. Each of the persons entered into the agreement to kill a human being, in this case, Fabio Sementilli. Each of the persons specifically intended to enter into the agreement with one or more other persons for that purpose. In this case, we know Robert Baker and Christopher Austin entered into that agreement. Each of the persons to the agreement harbored express malice aforethought, namely specific intent to kill another human being, and an overt act was committed in this state by one or more of the persons who agreed and intended to commit murder. So before I get to what must be proved in this case involving Monica, let's stick on that for a second. Because the prosecution took a great deal of time in establishing that Robert Baker and Christopher Austin are guilty of a conspiracy to commit murder. Remember, these are the elements. This is what malice aforethought is. You had to intend to do it. Look, they both pled guilty. That's number one. They both went there with knives and brutally stabbed him in the heart and the leg and the chest and the neck. There's no question of that. That's a given. And it shouldn't have taken a long time or any time to establish that. What I'm trying to point out is that you are here for a specific purpose, and that is to decide what must be proved in this case, and the only defendant left, now they're talking about, well, they're going to continue to investigate. That's fine. That's fine. 8 years not enough? That's fine. But they've got the two guys who brutally killed him, and they want a third. And the question is, was there even a third member of this conspiracy? And have they proven that Monica Sementilli was the third person, was a third person? You don't need three, you just need two. This is what, go back a second, Jeremy, this is what they must prove. One, Monica Sementilli entered into an agreement to kill her husband. She specifically intended to enter into the agreement. She had the specific intent to kill her husband. An overt act was committed by one of the conspirators. Okay. All of that depends on Christopher Austin. Period. We have just discussed, and you will discuss, I assume, in the jury room, whether or not just establishing that Monica Sementilli had an affair, as explicit as it was, as terrible as it was, as betrayal as it was, all the adjectives you can use, she is guilty of that. The question is, was there a conspiracy to commit murder to kill her husband? We know Austin, we know Baker did that. Monica was not part of that, nor have they proven she is part of that. And I'll tell you why. Ms. Silverman said, you know, the evidence is so strong, you could even throw Christopher Austin out of the case and she'd still be guilty. Really? Really? They took, what has always bothered me about this case and about the testimony of Christopher Austin is that he got the deal of a lifetime, literally cutting the time that he was going to serve had he been convicted of what Baker was convicted of, intentional premeditated first-degree murder with special circumstances, life without the possibility of parole. Now he can be out in 15 years. It's a long time, but he's still a young man. How old is Mr. Austin now? 40s, I believe. So let's say he gets out in 55, 60. Has the rest of his life ahead of him. I don't know about you, I don't know about His Honor, but that's looking pretty good, the age of 60, having the rest of your life ahead of you, where I'm looking at. And it sure is looking good and looks good for Mr. Austin. And he made it clear. All he wanted was to be back with his family and his daughter. Now, he was presented and described a lot more sympathetically than I thought he should have been. Oh yeah, you know, I'm ashamed. I was thinking of committing suicide. He was so thinking of committing suicide that he went out, found a woman, married a woman, had a daughter, has a life. He was so intent on committing suicide, he got several jobs in law enforcement, the parole office. So he knows what the law is and what it isn't, what deals are, what deals aren't. He went about his life because Mr. Baker said, I will protect you. Trust me. Trust me. And Mr. Baker did. Whatever you can say about him, and there's not much, he is paying under the law for what he did. He entered a plea to the charges open. That means no deal, in front of His Honor, knowing what he was going to get, life without the possibility of parole, and indeed he got it. And don't let the prosecutor say again, well, she can say it. Don't you believe for a second that when he entered that plea, he was admitting that Monica Sementilli was involved? Oh yeah, the original charge is conspiracy to commit murder with Monica Sementilli. They didn't have Christopher Austin there yet when Baker was first charged. Remember, he was charged in 2017. Not Austin wasn't until 2024. The reason Christopher Austin entered a plea was because he had nothing else to do. And the reason Baker entered a plea is because he was not required to say under oath when he entered his plea and was sentenced that Monica Sementilli was part of the conspiracy. We have that plea transcript in the record. Very nice court reporter like the one here took down every word. Mr. Baker, you understand the charge? Yes. Are you giving up your right to a trial? Yes. You have an attorney? Yes. Have you been told all your possible defenses? All the things that this great country requires be done in every criminal case, whether you're pleading guilty to petty theft or first-degree murder. And he waived all his rights. He knew what the sentence could be. He knew what it was going to be. Now, not once, when the prosecutor was taking the plea, that means, Mr. Baker, do you understand, as I just said? All she had to do was to say to him, and do you admit that when you committed this crime of conspiracy to commit murder, you did it with Monica Sementilli? Never said it. The judge could have asked at the request of the people, do you understand when you enter your plea to conspiracy to commit murder, you're entering a plea with conspiracy with Monica Sementilli to commit murder? Never asked. His plea was just as acceptable if his conspiracy was with Christopher Austin. And it was. Now, why didn't they ask Mr. Baker, who was asking for no deal, do you admit that you committed this crime with the intent to kill Fabio Sementilli, and you conspired with and carried it out with Monica Sementilli? Why didn't they ask that? I submit to you because his answer would have been no. Now, they could have refused to take his plea. They could have taken his plea.
That states the law.
That's sustained.
All right, let's go back. That's fair. He was able to enter the plea without naming Monica Sementilli as his co-conspirator. But why wouldn't he do that? Why couldn't he have been asked that? He was taking the complete sentence. If he didn't enter his plea, he could go to trial, and the worst he would have gotten is first-degree murder, the same sentence, life without parole. He told you he could have gotten a deal according to his lawyer, and the prosecution never called his lawyer, which they could have for that purpose only, and say, did you in fact tell him you thought you could get him the same thing Mr. Austin ended up getting, which was second-degree murder, 15 to life? They didn't do that. He could have gotten the same deal. And I submit to you, he did not, because it wasn't true. Now, do I think Mr. Baker is a modicum of honesty and so forth? No, of course not. Of course not. And it had been 2 or 3 years since Monica Sementilli had anything to do with him. If you remember, all the things you heard happened in 2018-19. She finally broke it totally off. And I submit to you, because it was clear at that point that he killed her husband. So he enters the plea, as we know, and we go to see him. I'll get back to Mr. Austin in a second. And we go to see him. Why? Because now that he has entered a plea and been sentenced to life without parole, he no longer has a Fifth Amendment right. He can't say, I don't want to answer the question because it will incriminate me. Of course it incriminates him. He admitted to murder. We needed to know what the truth was about what happened that day, that week, as long as this was going on. So yes, we did our job. We first asked permission, as you know, of the court and of Mr. Baker's attorney, permission to go and visit with him the county jail and to ask him what the hell happened. He could have said anything he wanted at that point. But what he said, and what he said under oath, which he said meant something to him, you can believe that or not, but I'll get to that, was that she had nothing to do with it. And you know what else he said originally? He wouldn't tell us who the second person was. And when he did tell us who he said the second person was, it was clearly, as the prosecutor said, pure trash. Some guy named Jay Bird, he met at a basketball game and he just took him with him. Baloney. So, prosecutor's right. We went to see him 5, 10, 12 times because we were not going to put him on that stand to testify in this case unless we believed he was telling the truth about everything. Now, I'm sure he didn't, but the main things he did. He conspired with Austin to commit the murder, and Monica had nothing to do with it. But he would not name Christopher Austin. If you remember, for what it's worth, and apparently there is honor among thieves at some point, he did not want to snitch out Mr. Austin. He did not want what they call a snitch jacket on his record when he went up to state prison. Snitches are not too popular, as you can imagine, either in state prison or on the Sopranos. So the last thing he wanted to do was tell anyone who the second person was. So he made up this story. What changed that? Finally, after 8 years, and we'll get into at some point what happened during those 8 years, and you can determine it was incompetence by the police. You can determine that they didn't put it as a number one priority, or you can believe them that they were looking for him for 8 years and, well, they'll continue to look. It really doesn't matter. I mean, it kind of matters, and I think you have every right to question their conduct for those 8 years. Hell, they could have arrested Baker in February of 2017 and asked him who was involved and offered him a deal to name who his co-conspirator was, Austin. Maybe he would have done it, maybe he would not. They left Austin on the street for 8 years. They left Baker on the street for 4 years and had the nerve to claim that Monica put her children in danger by not getting a new DVR. Her children were in danger because there was no guarantee Baker wouldn't go after them. They were witnesses to some of the things. There was certainly no certainty that Austin, who was still loose, would not go after Monica or whatever, or the kids, or who knows. They were all in danger. It didn't matter. It did not matter. I shouldn't say that. It would matter to LAPD if Monica or the kids were roughed up or killed. But I'll tell you what did matter more. Monica. For some reason, and Miss Silverman can explain it or not, beyond just wanting to catch murderers who are responsible for murder, they wanted her. And that's why they spent those 4 months trying to find anything they could, anything, and found nothing more than lurid conduct, which they were more than happy to put up on the screen and up on the Elmo and testify to. And that was it. They knew about Austin. They knew he had flown down. They knew from the records that he had had all these phone calls with Baker back and forth. And by the way, not one phone call between Austin and Monica. Not one. And I submit to you, if you look at the evidence carefully, you will find that the only time she met him was at the gym when he was introduced to her by Baker as one of his girls, and he had plenty of girls. All right. So Austin is remaining free for all those years. It's funny, he claims that his mother or someone in the family had seen on some crime show that Baker was arrested. Okay, probably true. And acts like, I asked him, well, did you hear that Monica was too? Well, no, I'd never heard the name Monica. He didn't even know Monica's name before they went up to see him 8 years later. He had no idea who she was. He had no idea what was going on. All he knew was that finally, after 8 years, and it wasn't Baker's fault. He didn't snitch out on him, remember. LAPD finally got around to sending, 12 people up there in 2024? And they got the permission to do a Perkins, they couldn't have gotten a Perkins done in 2021, 22, 23, 24, had his DNA. There's all sorts of reasons, and you've heard them. None of them are that good, because once they went up there and put him in a cell with a supposed co-suspect, someone who was in jail for another reason, and that's what a Perkins operation is, you stick in an LAPD officer, and they are good, and he was very good. And you have a transcript of what that interview was. We have gone through it at least. And he was very good. And what did he do as soon as Mr. Austin got in the cell with him? He basically said, and I kid you not, you can't make this stuff up, if you want to get out of here, you got to get the bitch. You got to get the third one. She's on trial. I don't care if you have to change your story or not. It's right there in black and white. Really? I don't care if you have to change your story. I don't care if you have to tell the truth. I don't care if you have to lie, is what they're saying. First in, first out. And he says it over and over and over again. And you remember the cross-examination that I conducted with him, and I finally said, why don't you cut all the bullshit and just tell us what happened? I remember saying that, which probably was not the proper thing to say. But it got ridiculous, what he was being told by an LAPD officer. Your ticket out of here is to name Monica Sementilli as your co-conspirator. Now, why did they want that so bad that they ended up giving him that deal? Half or more of his life back with his wife and his daughter if he just says what they want to. I had an attorney friend of mine once who did an example, and I'll do it with you. This is a dollar bill. If I took this dollar bill and gave it to Mr. Austin or one of you to testify in a way that I thought was favorable to my client, I could be charged with bribery, lose my license, whatever. And I should, if I offered money to Austin or anyone else. They can offer Mr. Austin his life back in exchange for his testimony, and that is just fine. That is just fine. And that's exactly what they did. If they could have if they want you to throw away Mr. Austin's testimony, in other words, decide this case and pretend he wasn't a witness or you heard anything about him because they're trying to show how strong the other evidence was, why did they do it? They took a cold-blooded murderer, and I don't care how he looked and acted on the stand. If you look at this case as closely as we have for all these years, and you can do that because you've sat through 9 weeks of evidence, then you will conclude one thing. Without Christopher Austin, Fabio Sementilli is alive today. There is no way that Robert Baker, 5'7" of him, I don't care what kind of porn star he is, was going to be able to overpower Fabio Sementilli. And a lot of questioning was directed to that. I'm sure the family was wondering about that. He was big. He was strong. How could this have happened? No defensive wounds? Fighting back? That wasn't the Fabio Sementilli that was described to you, nor do I think that was Fabio Sementilli. There's no way he's sitting in that chair on the patio with two men coming at him and not fighting back. And if it had been one, like Mr. Baker alone, or had it been one the night before when Mr. Austin says he was going to do it and then chickened out, thank God, didn't matter though, next day. Without Austin with him, he doesn't overpower Fabio. And what the evidence finally showed is that one of them, I think it changed each time, but what was consistent is one of them held him down, covered his mouth, and the other stabbed him in the neck, carotid artery, in the heart, in the leg, wherever. And he bled out so quickly he could not fight back. That does not happen without Mr. Austin. And yet he's sitting in some prison now thinking, wow, they gave me second-degree murder for that, and all I had to do was say she was involved. You should take his testimony and throw it out, like they said. But if you do that, you will find, as we will go through the rest of this closing argument, that all the other evidence was circumstantial, as we said. And all the other evidence in apps and crypts and deleting and all this was just as consistent with Monica trying to cover up the affair as it would be with Monica trying to cover up a murder. If she was so smart, so conniving, and Baker was too, although the prosecutor called him dumb, and yeah, he was dumb. He was streetwise dumb. He was dumb enough to convince 5 women to marry him, have sex and live with a 14-year-old and basically marry her when she got older. He had something. Wasn't good, wasn't healthy, but he had something that enabled him to control people. But without Austin, all they had was this circumstantial evidence that looks good after you tell the witnesses she did it ahead of time, just the opposite of what you're going to do, which is presume she's innocent and then decide, not presume she's guilty and try to fit all the evidence into that. So they spent the next 4 months, as you know, doing that. And what in the final analysis did Mr. Austin have to say up there? I once knew a detective in LAPD. I was meeting with him at his office. He had a sign above his desk behind him, and it said, "No man has a good enough memory to be a successful liar." And he believed it. And he was right. And what he meant was, if there's a murder that took place last Thanksgiving or 2 Thanksgivings ago and you were a suspect, and they talked to you on the date of the murder because you had it in for the guy maybe, or you had a motive, you had an argument the day before, and they said, "Where were you the night of the murder?" And he says, "Oh, I was at the movies watching Oppenheimer." Okay. You check it out, and Oppenheimer was playing, and they can't disprove that. Then 2 years later, the murder is still being investigated because they haven't found it. And for some reason, they go back to him and they say, "Where were you? Remind us." And he says, "Oh, yeah, I was watching the Bluterist, or the whatever, Brutalist. Movies have changed." And the guy says, "Well, wait a minute. The last time you said you were watching Oppenheimer." "Oh, yeah. It was." And the problem was, had he really been watching Oppenheimer, he could have thought, if his memory is better than mine is now, but let's assume he was like in his 30s, he could have just thought back and remembered, "Yeah, I saw Oppenheimer. It was about the atom bomb. They were in Los Alamos. It was a great movie." But if he made it up as an alibi that wasn't true, and now he's got to remember it a year later, it's not that easy. It's not that easy. All Mr. Austin had to do, and I urge you to play the tape recording of his, quote, proffer. You know what a proffer is. So Mr. Austin, when he was up in Vancouver and confessed to the murder, if you remember, but he would not say that Monica was involved. In fact, what he said was, "I don't even remember that bitch. I don't even remember her name. I don't even remember his name." And at some point, and it's in the record because there was cross-examination by Ms. Stagel and Ms. Burke, he asks the DA who flies up there. Ms. Stagel flies up there. And he basically says, "If I tell you what you want to hear, will I go home today?" And honestly, because she's honest and ethical, and she couldn't say yes, she said no. And he said, "Fine, I want to see a lawyer." Now, they brought him down to L.A., and what did they do? He was clearly guilty of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. They charged him with second-degree murder. He was charged with second-degree murder before he had the deal. They got permission to do that. How? He should have been charged with first-degree murder and then if you testify truthfully, we'll consider giving you second degree. No, it was, you've got second degree. All you've got to do, there was 2 words up there. Can we find the, there it is. Boy, he's good. The district attorney, Miss Silverman, and Miss Daigle was there, and one of the detectives. They made it clear to him and Mr. Aval, who was a very good lawyer. I mean, his job is to defend his client to the best of his ability. His job is not to do anything other than help his client. And his client was Christopher Austin. So, Austin was told up front. Now, he got to meet with his attorney before and after the proffer, and you can imagine what happened there. But he was told, you will get the offer, the deal, second degree, 15 to life, where you're out in 15 years as opposed to life without parole. But you've got to be truthful. Okay, that's fair. And the evidence has to be valuable. What, $10? Worth $20? Worth $100? No. You know what valuable meant then and what it means now. It had to be valuable to our case. And the only thing we don't have in our case, Mr. Aval clearly knew, his lawyer, was the connection to the conspiracy of Monica Sementilli. All they had was circumstantial evidence, meaning she was having an affair. And she was communicating with them all the time on Viber and WhatsApp. And when we get down to the specifics of the case and the evidence, you will see that she was no more communicating with him back and forth with Baker in January of 2016 when the affair started. And there was no idea at that point to murder anyone, let alone Fabio. And it was the same amount of time that she was doing it in January of 2017. And they wanted you to believe, oh my God, look how many calls they had back and forth, right around the time of the murder, and it was the same amount of calls they've been having throughout their affair. Even long before anyone claimed, even the prosecution, that there was a plot to kill Fabio Sementilli. So, how does Mr. Austin give them valuable evidence? Well, he meets with his lawyer meets with the prosecution. Somehow the prosecution's convinced that he can do it because they go on with the proffer. The proffer is simply, we're going to interview you with a tape recording and a camera, which is fine. And he made a big deal. Why did Mr. Dawson do that? Well, I'll get to that, because he wasn't allowed to. Oh, he could have gotten a court order. Did you hear the prosecution put on any evidence that the court could have ordered them to have us tape record our interviews with Mr. Baker? No, that's a separate issue. This was tape recorded. I urge you to play some or all of it. You got the transcript of it. And now it's clear, and they tell him, we're going to interview you, and you've got to be truthful and valuable. Well, valuable meant you have got to connect Monica Sementilli to Robert Baker and this conspiracy. Now, how do you do that if it's not true? And I submit to you, it's not true, and it's not been proven true, and it won't be proven true. And she is not guilty because of it. Guilty of a lot of things, but not that. Well, I guess he could make up that I met with her. First he tried to make up that he met with her in Las Vegas. And you remember, and then he couldn't get it straight. And finally, all they could show is that he was in Las Vegas at the same time that Baker was in Las Vegas with Monica. But they never put them together. I don't know how many Las Vegas police officers they had roaming the elevators. Hell, they probably had cameras in the elevators, just trying to show them together. You know what you got up on the screen? My team is, I know, is mad at me because I have all these slides, and we'll get to them at some point. We put a lot of lot of effort into it. But I prefer just talking to you first. You know what they showed? They showed a video of Monica checking in at the lobby. There was no, with Baker, there was no Austin around. They didn't have one shred of evidence that he had met Monica in Las Vegas. And if you listen to that proffer, they try to get there so many different ways, and finally they got to accept the fact he can't say that. Because it's not true. He can't remember that. It's hard to remember things that aren't true, like that police officer said. So we give up with that. Then they supposedly conspired in December, and they showed him a knife, and a big knife, to see if he was going to back away or not. And then they talked about, oh, let's use a gun, or should we use a knife, or But all of this likely happened between Austin and Baker. I mean, that's true. We know they conspired. They ended up going up there and killing the guy. And maybe Birdsong was involved, maybe he wasn't. There's another mysterious figure out here. He didn't testify. Okay. So you're left with Austin. Austin and Baker. Baker testified, Austin, and he did it. Monica had nothing to do with it. So they're stuck with Austin. You know what they end up with? And they basically tell him what to say with leading questions. And I'll get to that. They end up with Austin claiming that he was on three-way calls with Baker and Birdsong when they were planning to kill Fabio. And during the calls, Baker said, and you know what? Monica wants him dead. That's all he has to add. And I remember he called up another time and said, Monica says we can do it now. Monica says this. Monica says that. He never spoke to Monica once. He met her once at a gym. But all he has to do is take what Baker likely said to him with Birdsong, which is, how do you think we ought to do it? When, how, what, where. And all he has to add is, and Baker said Monica wanted it done. Period. You will see that the prosecution has not introduced, among all their experts and all their records, any evidence that Baker and Birdsong and Austin had a three-way call, let alone Baker, Austin, and Monica. Not even Austin says that. Where are all these three-way calls? You ask the prosecution, you can't ask them, but they have a chance to respond to me. Where's the evidence of three-way calls between Austin, Baker, and Birdsong? And you know what happened? If you look at the transcript, if you play the tape back of the proffer, at one point Mr. Austin is asked by Miss Silverman, so did you have any three-way calls about the murder? Not even involving Monica, just three-way calls about the murder. Yeah, I think maybe one. Could it have been two? It could have, yeah. Is it possible it was three? I don't know about three. All right, so there was more three calls, and then going right on like that's what he said. So, and so the truth is you had more than three calls, you had more than three-way calls, and the transcript is yes. And you met him in Las Vegas, and you did X, Y, and Z? Yes. Now, if you play that tape back, you learn something. I don't know, you didn't come here to learn law. You're going to learn a lot of law from the judge's instructions. But I hope you learn what a leading question is, because there were a lot of objections, and the court ruled on them. Leading question is, if I turn to Mr. Jones and say, what's your name? Well, he's going to tell me, I would think, Tom Jones. He could tell me anything else, I guess, Wayne Newton or something. I'm really dating myself. But what if I say to him, is your name Tom Jones? All he's got to do is say yes. And if he thinks that I want to hear yeah, he says yes. He doesn't even have to know. Did you conspire with so-and-so on this date to kill Monica Sementilli by getting Fabio alone in the house? Yes. But if I say to him, what happened between you and Baker? He's got to think, Monica was... He can't make that up. He doesn't have to. If you look at that proffer, you just ask yourself, how many times have they said to Mr. Austin, Ms. Stagel did too, sometimes interrupted. All right, you tell us what happened. He doesn't know shit. Until they say, and what happened is you had a three-way call and then Baker said that they needed Monica dead, and isn't that right? And he says yes. I guarantee you 90% of his answers are yes. Not what happened, but yes. And one time he couldn't even get that right. As I said, did you have him? How many three-way calls? One, maybe. Well, okay, that's the answer, right? One, maybe. Why does the next question have to be, could it have been two? Because, they want a conspiracy going on. One call's not really good enough. Well, maybe. Could it have been three? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it could have been possibly three. And at some point, Mr. Aval says, it's right there in black and white, would you mind if I had a private conversation with my client? Because he's not saying yes enough. He's not saying what they need to hear. And what they need to hear is that she was an active part, a knowing part of the conspiracy. Because they can't prove it without. And if they say they could, then ask them again. Why did you give this guy the deal of the century if you could prove it without him? Prove it without him, get her convicted, and convict him of what he did. Which, as I said to you, was the brutal murder of Fabio Sementilli, which doesn't happen. He didn't have to stab him, but he did. And then got up there and said, I'm ashamed of it, as he took the blood money and collected the gold coins. So Mr. Aval, getting back to the record, may I speak with my client secretly or in private? Private. Of course, which that's fair. He goes, and then the record shows a half hour later they're back in front of the DA. And at that point, it's when Ms. Silverman says to him, now you listen to me. You're here for a reason. You're going to tell the truth. Yeah. If the truth was that she had nothing to do with it, that ain't valuable. I guarantee you he's in prison for the rest of his life. So you better start telling us the truth. Because I'm not wasting my time with you. It's right there. I've walked out of proffers before, she says. I've walked out of them, meaning I've had people come in here and want a deal and they don't say what we expect them to say. I'm not saying that she's asking him to lie. I'm saying that his attorney told him ahead of time what to say and he couldn't remember because it wasn't true. And after that little speech, then he starts answering a little better. But he is all over the place. How many knives did you have? We went to Walmart the day of, he talks about the night before, and I'll get to that. All right, you went to Walmart. Why? Baker had to buy a knife. I thought Baker had a knife. Yeah, he had a knife. What kind? Oh, it was how many hunting knives did they describe? I got mixed up. Hunting knife with this and that. Everything was a hunting knife. So what happened? Well, he had to buy another knife. Okay. So we went to Walmart and he bought a knife. Fine. Then Miss Silverman digs up a knife with a serrated edge that was found in the Mustang that Mr. Baker and Monica Sementilli were in when they were arrested. Wow. Knife in the car? June 2017? Boom! Murder weapon, we'll take it to the coroner, we'll show it to him, he'll say, yeah, this could have been used as the knife that killed him. Wow, we found the murder weapon. It wasn't even close. Because Miss Detective Gable, a year later, well, not even a year later, at the time, I believe, testified at the grand jury, which was weeks after the arrest, did you ever recover the murder weapon? And he says, no. Okay, from that point on, for the next 6 years, the agreement was, the truth was, the conclusion was of LAPD that they never recovered the murder weapon. Why? Because it was thrown away and buried by Mr. Austin. Oh, they went out to look for it 8 years later. And Baker said he threw the weapon away. I'll say, okay, they got a knife that was in the car, has nothing to do with the murder. But during the proffer, Ms. Silverman gets the idea, let me show him the knife. The knife we know was not used, according to Detective Gable. And what does he say? Yeah, that's the knife. Hey, that's it. Bullshit. I'm sorry. That was no more the knife than a little nail file was the knife. But now he's got a problem. Where'd that knife come from? You said they only bought one knife at Walmart. Oh, no, they bought 2 knives. Read it. You can't make this stuff up. Now it's 2 knives they bought. And for the prosecution, that's just fine. That is just fine. So he goes on with his proffer, and he says nothing more than Baker told him on the phone that Monica told him that she wanted him dead and was doing it for insurance money. That's all he's got to say. Baker denies that happened, that she was ever involved. So what? You're going to believe Austin over Baker, right? I'm not sure why you would. I'm not sure why you would believe either one of them. They're 2 murderers. But one of them is doing the rest of his life in state prison without parole. That's where he belongs. The other one will be on the streets in 15 years when he's in his 50s. That's where he does not belong. The only difference is one of them was willing to say she was involved and the other one wasn't. That's the only difference. And when they say to you, take Mr. Austin out of the case, ignore his testimony, throw it away, we've convicted her anyway, you try that. You do that. You should do that. You're going to get a jury instruction from His Honor that says, among the things you can consider in determining whether someone is credible or truthful or not, is whether he was offered any leniency in exchange for his testimony. Well, as I explained to you, he wasn't offered leniency, he was offered years. He jumped at it. How many different stories did he tell you about the gold coins? He said at trial, it was never from the safe. He never got it from the safe. I got it at the airport, he gave it to me. How many? Well, there was 3, or there was 6, or there was 8. Then he later says, well, I think it was from the safe. Why? Because Baker told me that Monica used to collect them. Monica used to collect them? I thought it was Fabio who collected them. Then there's another story. Baker told me to say I got it from the safe. 4 or 5 different versions of the gold coins. Why? Because he had nothing to do with the gold coins except at the airport he was given gold coins by Mr. Baker. 6 or 8, whatever, gold coins to kill somebody you never met or never knew. Why? Did you ever get a reason why, other than I trusted him? What does that mean? He trusted him not to squeal or snitch on him and to protect him. And you know what? He did. He protected Mr. Austin for 8 years. He entered a plea of guilty, no deal, and didn't mention Mr. Austin at all, because he said he would protect him. You know when Baker first mentioned Mr. Austin? The first time is after he confessed. Remember, they went up to Vancouver. They put him in the cell with the Perkins guy. The Perkins guy basically told him, "You got no choice. You gotta get that bitch, and who killed the motherfucker." I mean, sorry to use that language. They didn't even know Fabio's name, so they called him motherfucker. Great. And he confessed, right up there. Look at the testimony. Look at the transcript. But the one thing he wouldn't do up there is to say that she was part of it. That had to wait till he came to L.A. and got the deal that we just talked about. So that's the only time that Austin mentions that the first time that he confesses 8 years later to being part of the murder of Fabio Sementilli. So we go back, Mr. Dawson and I go back to Mr. Baker. Why not? We know now that Austin was the second killer. So we ask him, and we tell him Austin pled guilty. You don't have to be a snitch anymore. He pled guilty. He's going to go to prison. Tell us what happened. And that's when he says Austin was involved. Now, as I said, as a result of all of that, Austin got 15 to life and Baker got life without parole. Maybe it's not worth much, but it's worth something. It's worth something. So when Baker says she knew nothing about it, at least consider it. He had total control over that woman. We talked about death, divorce a little while ago, and I said she wasn't going to divorce Fabio. It wasn't for religious reasons. I submit to you, she was going to divorce the man of the year at Wella, the loving father and husband, and for years people said that was true. This wasn't made up. And she's going to say, "I'm divorcing him. Oh, I'd like you to meet my new husband, Robert Baker. He's a great guy. Molested a girl at 14. He has 5 women. He's a porn actor, but you'll love him. You'll love him. He's great." That was never going to happen. You know when Baker realized it was never going to happen? That's what he said. They were having their fun. I don't know what the attraction was. It's bad boy. You see movies, good girl, bad boy. I don't even want to get into the sexual side of it. He degraded her. He told her to masturbate in jail in front of other inmates. Send him semen. He was going to send her semen. Come on. Why did she do that? Why? He had a hold on her. And the irony is, for some reason, because Baker appeared to have been heterosexual, he had a hold on Austin too, didn't he? He could get Christopher Austin. He could ask him, "Hey, you want to come up and kill someone for me? I need your help." "Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, when do you want to do it?" And sure enough, he goes up there and does it. Half the time he's asked, and we'll get to that, "What were you going to get for it?" "I don't know. He told me she had money. He told me she was coming into money. He told me she was going to get money. I was going to ask her if she would give him something." What did he end up getting? 6 gold coins or something? For murder? What kind of control did he have over Christopher Austin. Wasn't blackmailing him. At that point, Austin had no prior record. They were just friends. Their fathers or uncles were cousins in South Carolina or Fayetteville, North Carolina. For some reason, Robert Baker had a way of controlling people. It's why he had 5 women, some at the same time, why he had the 14-year-old, why he was in porn, why he was in managing, why he was in this, why he was in that. And it clicked with Monica. You think she's happy about that? You think her family's happy about that? You think Fabio's family's happy about that? But at least that's something they could have lived with if Fabio was still alive. And the reason he is not alive today is not just Robert Baker, it's Christopher Austin as well. And one guy got what he deserved and one guy didn't, and you should consider that. So they finally got their Austin 8 years later, and now we're at trial. And as I said, it shouldn't have taken, if this case was so clear-cut, 8 weeks and 3 days of argument to convince you that Monica Sementilli is guilty of conspiracy to commit murder and murder. They didn't have to spend any time on Austin. He pled guilty. What did they spend most of their time on? The phone records, the phone calls, the deletions, the WhatsApp, the Viber, all these things that they say is proof beyond a reasonable doubt, mind you, that she's guilty of murder. All they show is she desperately did not want someone to find out that she was having an affair with this lowlife. She didn't want to kill her husband. She was happy the way it was. The affair was secret. She was living a double life for a whole year and 2 months. Nobody knew about it. Traveling to Vegas wherever they went. Whatever you think about that, and I'm sure it's not much, it was working. But it wasn't working for Baker. It wasn't working for Baker. And he saw after that Christmas holiday in 2016, December, he saw that she's with the family. When she has a choice, she's with the family and I'm here alone. Because most of the time that she was seeing Baker, it seems clear from the evidence, was when he was on trips. And he went on trips a lot. And they made a big deal out of the fact that she was sending Baker his itinerary. Well, why not? The plan wasn't to kill him overseas or in Canada. She sent it to him so they could get together and have sex and make videos. Oops. And drop thermoses. They could do anything. Anything they wanted. Because nobody knew. And the only one who suspected was Deborah Obed. We got to hand it to her. You know what she figured out? Last week, Monica was in her sweats and tennis shoes at the gym. The next time I saw her, she was in a bridal gown or something. Something's changed. She went to the hairstylist. She got new clothes. She figured it out. And if she had had the, not guts, but she didn't want to ruin a friendship and go to her and say, "You having an affair with this guy?" Even after the murder. She should have, and eventually she did. And she was mad, and she testified that way before the grand jury, and she got up here and then told you the truth. With all of this, she doesn't believe she killed her husband. It's like the 2 girls do. And the people who do are the people who were told, first of all, who were closest to Fabio, and second, were told by the police from the very beginning, "We got her. We got her. She did it. She had Fabio killed. And you can imagine, again, what you'd be thinking if you were related to him or you worked with him, especially considering the kind of person he was. Now, there's several more things to go over because the prosecution is going to go back to all the records that show the phone calls and so forth, and that's proof that they were having an affair. I submit to you it was proof that he had an obsession with her and she had an obsession with him. And whether or not he put a tracker on the car or not, I mean, why did we put it in the report? That's what he said. But even if you look at the pings that they had sometime, he was constantly in that area. He lived in that area, really. He was obsessed with her. That's why he was at Target that day. He had to know where she was every single day. And if he was gone, at work or whatever, you can bet they got together. The girls were at school, Bella was working, Jessica was at school, or vice versa. And they got together, and yes, they had the affair. And that's what those phone records really show. The same volume of calls as before they say there was a conspiracy to kill, as after they say. You look at those records, and we'll show them to you. Another thing that bothered me a little bit by the prosecution's opening argument. They said, as I recall, Monica kept calling and asking about the insurance. And I explained to you that when she was doing it, and no one thought she was anything more than a grieving widow who had kids to raise and was concerned and needed money because they had a mortgage and all the rest, and she didn't have a living. They thought there was nothing wrong with that, and after they were told she killed him, then suddenly she was harassing us and calling us all the time and wouldn't leave us alone. You have the tape recordings, as I said, of all the calls to Parshall. They only last about 15 minutes. You have a transcript of each one. Play them all. And you tell me if that sounds like a woman who's only interested in money or is interested in what happened to her husband and who killed him and when my daughter's going to get their life insurance. I understand you can't give it to me. Can you give it to them? You think they killed their father? Well, we're on a new lead. We're on a new thing, She's accused of lying all the time. We'll get to that and see what she lied about. You know who lied all the time? LAPD. Every single time we're on a lead, we check the DNA. It came back to Fabio. We're going to find out. And she's supposed to be asking about that because Baker needs to know if they identified him. Well, Baker would know if they identified him. They'd arrest him. Did he ever think that they would identify him and not arrest him because they weren't happy with enough evidence they had on her? And leave a known killer on the streets for 4 months? I'm sorry. That's not the way preserve and protect is supposed to be. It sounds to me like accuse and arrest. And it's exactly what they did. And when 4 months went by, and they had nothing more on her than more lurid photographs of her coming out of a bar and crying at a hotel and so forth and so on. Then they finally said, all right, we're going to send her an email. And it's going to say or suggest and then say, you've been cleared. You've been cleared. And let's see what she does. I mean, Jesus, she could have gone on the next plane for Italy. She was in New York or Canada, I forget. Well, they trust her to come home. You know how many times she flew to Canada back and forth? Knowing Robert Baker, according to them, was a murderer and knowing his DNA was all over the place? Think she was comfortable? Let me ask you a question. You're smart. She's smart. That's what they're saying. Smart enough to connive and have a conspiracy to kill Baker that was Fabio, that was really spelled out. What do you do if you and your lover, who nobody really knows about except the gym people, conspire to kill your husband, and he does it, but he cuts his finger while he's doing it? What do? I got an idea. Invite him to the house where nobody knows him, and we'll see his finger cut. That's what you do. In fact, invite the whole gym team there. And you know what else you do? Fly to Myrtle Beach. That'll get them. That'll throw them off. And you know what else you do? Call Wella and tell them you want special rates at a hotel. Unbelievable. Nobody is that stupid. And somebody who's supposed to be smart enough with her lover to conspire through this whole plan with the tight window and all the things, and we'll get to that, to kill, and then the killing goes off. I don't know about you, but when I watch Law and Order, what they decide to do, we better not communicate for a few months at least. Don't call me, I won't call you. Let's wait till they clear you and get the insurance, and then we'll fly to Scheherazade or something. They start up almost a week or two after, and go to Myrtle Beach with excuses, and go out karaoke, and sending text messages home to her daughter. Just grow up, would you? I have a right to go out, and says to Morella, I'll fuck whoever I want. Sorry, that was the language. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do if I killed him, sure. I'm just going to spread it around how happy I am to be alone and show photographs. She was a little out of her mind. And it happens. She is not pled not guilty by reason of insanity. If she was charged with having an affair and breaking up her family, then I would have pled not guilty for reason of insanity. Who could be so insane as to want Robert Baker over Fabio Sementilli and Jessica and Isabella, and Mena and Anna and the whole family, and Morella and Marco and Luigi? Who would do that? She would do that for what? For insurance money that's going to run out in about 2-3 years? When your husband is making $280 to $300 and a rising star? And yes, if you're not happy, divorce him. You saw the chart up there. Much more money she could have with divorce. But it's not, it ain't going to work, my friends. I can't bring home Robert Baker and say, hi, Mom, would you call him son, would you? Here's your new son-in-law. I'm sorry, I mean, Fabio was okay, but he can't match up to Baker. That makes no sense, and the evidence has not changed that. But what makes sense is Robert Baker has finally, I didn't do a background check on the women that he was involved with in his marriages and the 14-year-old. I have a feeling the 14-year-old wasn't worth a lot of money. And I have a feeling the other ones probably weren't either. And he didn't have a dime to his name. He was way out of his league. Way out of his league. And you know, sex is great, but it kind of wears off after a while. I think my wife's in the audience. I didn't say that. But something is going to change, and he's not going to have her forever if she sticks with with Fabio, and she's not going to leave her husband and 2 kids and going to college and everything. She has plenty of choice. Let's just do it the way it's been. And if it doesn't work out, maybe I'll realize what a great husband he was, or maybe I'll cheat again. I don't know. I don't know her that well. But there's a big difference between cheating and treachery. And you have that slide, Jeremy? We'll find it. It's caught my eye when Ms. Silverman put up these words up there, because she looked up the definition of betrayal. And I looked it up too, and she's right. Deception, disloyalty, treachery, duplicity, devious. I guess D's have a lot to do with it. Cheat, trickery, fraud, cunning, breach of trust, false-hearted, underhanded, unfaithful. Every one of those definitions applied to her. Because she was keeping it secret, she was being devious, she broke her trust, she was false-hearted, she was underhanded, she was unfaithful, disloyal, treachery. But then I realized there's one word missing in the definition of betrayal. Oh, there it is. Murder. There is a big difference. Even I could figure this out. Between cheating, disloyal, underhandedness, breach of trust, and murder. You've got to be a pretty evil person to do that. And I submit to you, she is not. And she did not. Now, Robert Baker, that's a different story. That's a different story. His life was filled with all those things. Plus, he was in the armed service. Plus, he had a dishonorable discharge, or he said it was a discharge without dishonor. I don't know. He had a funny definition of that. So he was a prime candidate, and he knew, sadly, where to stab someone and kill him. He also knew he couldn't do it himself. But I still cannot figure out Christopher Austin. But it makes sense, because if Baker was controlling enough to get her to be with him, and then after they're arrested, to say, I love you and I want to marry you, and God. They showed a photograph of Monica, and it said Mrs. Baker on the mirror. And that was supposed to be real evidence of how far gone she was. And she was pretty far gone. But it was also evidence of control. Because if you looked in the little corner of the mirror, you know who was watching her? Robert Baker. I guarantee you he said to her, you write Mrs. Baker up there, or I'm going to tell everyone about your affair, or I'm going to show them all your photographs, or who the hell knows. And then when they're in jail, he's going, I guarantee you, we got to stick together, we got to stick together. Now, I'll show you when we come back from the break some of the things in the overhears that the prosecution did not play for you. A lot of them don't sound very good. That's what happens when you just fall head over heels and now you're in prison and the only one you can depend on you think is your lover, and he's telling you I had nothing to do with it, and if I have to, I'll say I did it. They left out that he said, I'll say I did it even though I didn't. Why didn't they include that in they had how many hours of overhears? Why didn't they include the one that we ended up playing for you that said, you don't belong here, you're just a housewife? Now they can play all the other ones and they sound terrible, but I guarantee you, to do what she was told to do in that jail, even on her period, she said once, I had to do this and that and masturbate, and I mean, this man was a Svengali. She tied herself to him. And that was the biggest mistake of her life. It cost her 8 years. It cost Fabio his life. Nothing good came from Mr. Baker. But he's gone for life, and Austin's gone for what should have been life. And now they want to complete the circle and send her away. Now, if you find that that's the right verdict, of course you're going to return it. But before you do, I want you to consider what we're going to present to you in the next hour or so before we go home. Because I'm not just going to leave you with, there's no evidence. They put on a lot of evidence. What I'm going to show you is that if you assume that she is innocent, that evidence is just as consistent with innocence and guilt. If you assume she's guilty, then that evidence is evidence of guilt. So how do you choose? What you saw up there before. He took an oath. In our system, you are presumed innocent throughout the case. You have to presume that she was having an affair and just doing these things to cover it up. Because she was so upset, she was so fearful of anybody knowing about it, you can imagine. You can look how people thought when they found out. If it's just as consistent with her covering things up because she was fearful it would come out, then your vote is not guilty. Now, when we come back, and I don't know if the court wants to break now, but it's a good time. I just have one other thing to say. We're going to go through the day of the murder, and I'm going to show you what I believe is certain evidence to establish that there's no way that she could have been involved in this conspiracy to kill her husband. Thank you.
All right, let's take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies. See you back here. Jury and alternates are present, and Mr. Levine, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want you to think I take for granted the fact that you're a captive audience here. And I'll try not to repeat myself or discuss things that I don't think are highly relevant. But understand, we only get one chance to talk to you. Prosecution will have a chance to rebut anything I bring up. So I'm going to try to make sure that everything I think is important for you to make your decision, you have. And then, we took a long time to pick you. So we have faith that when it's all said and done, you'll apply the law. The presumption of innocence, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, because that's our system of justice, and you'll reach a verdict that you can be proud of. All right, I said a lot of things about the affair and about how the conduct of Monica was consistent with someone having an affair and not wanting to murder someone. So again, obviously, number one, sexual excitement, loss of evidence for that, the photos, lots of evidence, and Baker provided that background. And go back for 1 second, Jeremy. One thing that was clear is that he also used Paula McCullum. Now, if you recall, she wasn't a witness in this case, but she was the one who had rented the car for him when his vehicle, he said, was out of order or not working well. And again, another example of him using a woman, because apparently he was able to do that successfully throughout his life. And that's unfortunate, but that's the reality. And he's paying for it. All right, so Monica and Baker meet in December of 2015. Again, for whatever reason, sexual excitement, things just not exciting enough for her. There's evidence of that, and Baker provided, again, well, you can go on to the next one. Okay, here's where we're getting into evidence that the prosecution presented to you that they said was evidence of murder rather than evidence of an affair. So let's go over it. There were voluminous communications via text between January and April 2016. Right from the start, then, they were messaging each other thousands of times a month. This is long before there could possibly have been any plot to kill. No one is claiming that started the minute they started seeing each other and having the affair. And in April, they switched to Viber, and law enforcement only obtained records from Viber for January 2017. So hold on, leave that there. Understand something. This is not under the control of the defense. In other words, the defense only learns it's going to be the defense when it's hired to or retained to represent Monica, and that's in June of 2017. So whatever is obtained by LAPD in their forensic lab is before then is beyond our control. We couldn't say save the messages from April to December. And let's move on to the next. So what we're showing here is how much messaging there was between Monica and Baker at the beginning of their relationship. And right from the start, they're messaging each other thousands of times a month. And you can see that from the slide. And if you go to the next slide, there were nearly 6,000 communications between them in February of 2016. Over 7,000 in March 2016. And when they switched to Viber in April, we don't have records for Viber past this date until January 2017. We'll come into that later. But they sent nearly the exact number of Viber communications in January of 2017 as they do in February and March of 2016. So the pattern and frequency of messaging continued exactly the same throughout the affair. Now that's important because throughout this case, you were told that when they decided to kill Fabio, allegedly, we know Baker did, but when the claim is that Monica did as well, suddenly there's supposed to be hundreds and thousands of more messages between them. That's not true. This just shows a zoomed-in view of the first few months of the beginning of their relationship, sending each other hundreds of messages every day and exactly the same as in January of 2017, long before there was any claim that there was a plot to kill. Let's move on to the next one. All right, I can read as well as you can. The prosecution wants you to believe a large volume of these messages alone is evidence of a conspiracy to kill Fabio. How can that be so? If the volume of messaging is the same nearly a year prior of the murder when there's no claim anyone was plotting a murder. Next. And the messaging is dominated by Baker, not Monica. The AT&T records show that Baker messages Monica twice as much as she messages him. Baker does call Monica, because this was brought out by the prosecution, let's be fair, more than he calls her, but the calls make up a tiny portion of how they communicate, less than 4%. Almost all of the communications is texting, which Baker dominates. Yes, they communicate with each other much more than anyone else in their contacts. This is entirely to be expected as they are having an affair. And if we move to the next slide, you can see the AT&T communications between Baker and Monica. The red is Baker texting Monica, Monica texting Baker, and the green is Baker texting Monica, Monica calling Baker. So you can see the vast majority of the communications on there is Baker texting Monica. It's almost 2/3. And then there's a small portion of Baker calling Monica. Monica texting and calling Baker is over on the left side, and you can see far less than the other way around. Now let's leave that up for a second. That is simply consistent with the fact that Mr. Baker has not much else to do in his life, apparently, than focus in and obsess with Monica Sementilli. It's as simple as that. In red are all the texts from Baker to Monica, and he's messaging her 2/3 of their communications, and that goes on and on. You've heard one of the witnesses say you can convey more communications on a call than a text. Well, maybe that's true, but maybe it's a missed call. Maybe it's a call for 2 seconds. In any case, the calls make up less than 4% of all the communications. It is dominated by messaging, and that is dominated by Baker. Next slide. Monica downloads Viber for the affair. She downloads Viber on April 9th, 2016. Long before any claim of plotting, even by the prosecution's kind of warped sense of timing here, like where they believe it started in July when Austin doesn't even know who Monica is and doesn't meet her until he meets her at the gym later. And Monica downloads Viber before it is even encrypted. Baker downloads Viber 4 months before even meeting Monica. And Viber doesn't announce to the world that it's introducing encryption until April 19, 2016. So, what does that tell you? It tells you that at least up to now, and we'll get to the rest of the messaging, all this communications back and forth, encrypted, not encrypted, all was taking place long before anyone claims, even the prosecution or Austin or Baker, that there was some kind of plot to kill Fabio. This was their relationship, and it was an obsessive one. And why? It doesn't matter. What matters is it has nothing to do with the murder of Fabio Sementilli. And they want you to believe that somehow all this messaging on Fiverr and others, you'll see, doesn't change very much at all, if any, when you get to the months where the murder actually takes place. Which means that Monica's communicating the same amount, but it's obsessive. So understand something, and this is important. What this shows is not so much that this messaging early on is consistent throughout the affair and therefore could not have been started because of the affair. It shows you how obsessed Baker is with her. How he has to know where she is every minute of every day. Has to know when she's free and has to know when she's not free. And when he says, I want to see you at a hotel, or I want to see you at my apartment, or I want to see you here, or I want to see you there, she responds. It doesn't say a lot for her and her choice of partners. We've admitted that. But it is not evidence of murder. It is evidence of a sordid, dirty, explicit, hard to understand affair when you consider the background of these two people. But if you consider who Baker is and what control he seems to have with everyone he comes in contact with, including someone like Austin, who appeared to be a pretty normal, decent guy before he committed first-degree murder, then you understand what we're dealing with here. Let's move on. This is June 2016. Deleted emails, itineraries of Fabio's agenda is evidence of the affair. Clearly, it was not evidence of anything other than Monica deleting emails that informed Baker of what Fabio's agenda was. And why would she want those on her computer? And eventually, as you know, sometime later when her sister and mother start looking into her computer, there's a reason why she deleted them, because they realized much too late that she was having an affair with Baker. Okay, then we talk about the security camera upgrade. Now, they made a lot about this and still will, and I understand that. But let's not twist the facts. There was an old security system in place, and Fabio initiated the security camera upgrade. He wanted it. She didn't ask for it. She didn't ask for special this, special that. She didn't ask for upgrades and put a camera in front of the front door. She admitted to that. There was a camera on the front door. For some reason, it should have pinged when Fabio was on the patio looking at the TV. Because they said they came right through the front door. That was a lie. Who said that? Austin. When Austin was trying to convince the DA and you that Monica was somehow in charge of this murder, remember he said, well, Baker told me that she said the front door would be open and gave him the passcode to the safe. Well, by most of the evidence in this case, including that from the police when they came out, they entered around the back through the glass, the sliding door into the bedroom. There's no evidence that they entered through the front door other than Austin saying so. And if they entered through the front door so quickly, and we'll get to the timeline later, why did it take them so long to get to the patio and kill him? You'll find out that they arrive at the scene about 15, 20 minutes at the house before the murder ever takes place. And we know that because Fabio is on the phone leaving a message or talking to someone in his office about a colonoscopy, and God knows where that came from. We'll get to that. Why is he pretending he's having a colonoscopy? Remember when they called and the person who called said, yeah, and he told me everything went fine. He didn't have a colonoscopy that day. That's a mystery that maybe we'll never know. So Fabio initiated the security. Fabio received a proposal and the invoice. Fabio was on the speakerphone when the details regarding the upgrade was being discussed. And the remote access was common and standard at that time. And the instructions were forwarded. Okay. And deleted to hide the affair. That streaming was used on 7 different days by Monica between June 16 and January 17. This began more than a half a year before Fabio's murder, before even Baker's plan to kill Fabio and possibly been informed. So understand something. They're trying to say that somehow this new upgrade in the security system was used and specifically for the purpose of killing him. It was not. They used it before. Baker said sometimes he would look or she would look to see where he was. He was obsessed with her anyway. It had nothing to do, and you'll see how the DVR or the IDMSS has nothing to do on the day of the affair of the murder when we get to that. And again, as it says at the bottom, this began more than half a year before Fabio's murder or any plan to kill Fabio. Can we move on? And also understand, only 4 of her emails were found deleted, and 3 of them had to do with Fabio's itinerary, as we said. All right, let's go on. This is July 2016 in Las Vegas. Monica meets up with Baker, we know, at the Aria. Again, they're having an affair. This is a secret liaison. Who knows if Fabio was out of town? I'm sure he probably was. Doesn't make it right, but it made it convenient. And no matter how much the prosecution wanted this to be true, Austin never saw Monica in Vegas on this trip. And I'm telling you, if you look back at the evidence in this case, they tried so hard with Austin to get him to say he saw Monica there in 2016 in July, and he could not say it. And they put them there in Vegas or at the Aria location at the same time, but never together. They even had Las Vegas police officers, LVPD, in the elevator sometimes and never saw the 2 of them together. They never had evidence from anyone other than they were both in Las Vegas. Is that important? No, not really. It doesn't mean that down the road that they didn't get Monica involved, but they're trying to put them together when they were not. And they tried so hard, and I will show you from the details of the proffer how hard they tried to get Christopher Austin to say he met Monica in Las Vegas in July, and he said no. He was clear. He met her for the first time at the gym when he was introduced to her. As, you know, just, hi, this is Monica, hi, this is Christopher Austin, he's a friend of mine or whatever, at the fitness gym. And Baker introduced him to Austin as a girl he is seeing. Then Austin and Baker go back to Monica's house. Okay. Everyone seems to agree that Baker took Austin back to Monica's house. Now, I'm telling you, if you review the records, and we'll go over that briefly tomorrow, and I promise you I will be finishing tomorrow, you will see that the prosecution is desperate to try to get you to believe that somehow this was a forthcoming. It was forthcoming. It was a preview of what they were going to do, 5 months later? 6 months later? January of 2017? Oh yeah, we're going to take you and we're going to show you that Fabio is outside, and here's where he spends his time, because we're going to kill him outside, even though we haven't decided whether we're going to shoot him or tie him up in bed or do anything. In fact, they end up deciding to try to kill him at the mall the night before. There was no, remember the patio. You know what he says he did? He got there, he had Domino's pizza, got on the couch, put on the TV, and fell asleep. You know what? That's what I do every Saturday. Domino's pizza, put on the TV, football, and fall asleep. And that's what he did. I don't think I've been accused of committing any plot to commit murder, and that had nothing to do with that. But that's what they want you to believe, that everything that Mr. Austin did somehow involved Monica. And it did not. Let's go on. Baker's plans to be together. Remember this? They went to great lengths to try and convince you that Baker's plans were to be with Monica together. Remember Facebook, Baker and Ron Ray, Baker and Michael Spence, talking about, oh yeah, I'm going to end up with her, a couple of months I'll be with her. You know who wasn't included in any of these private Facebook messages? Monica. Well, wouldn't you think? Well, I'll get on to that. Pure bravado and banner, this is the language that we decided to use, okay, between Baker and his friends. Aspirational, it's a big word. Purely proves Baker and Monica were having an affair, no evidence of any conspiracy to murder Fabio. And what was interesting is Sheila Salahan tried to say that yes, Baker was bragging about being with Monica. Eventually, he was going to be hers. She finally admitted on the stand it was only Baker who spoke to her about his plans and relationship with Monica. So hear me out on this. They're trying to say that Robert Baker's plans were to end up and have Monica for himself. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why he killed Fabio. That's the only way it was going to happen. She wasn't going to leave him and hook up with him. She certainly wasn't going to kill him and then say, hey, oh, listen, my husband's dead, but here's my new boyfriend again. Here's Robert Baker. Come on. So he's bragging to his friends, which is not below him, but not in front of her. Well, who cares what he says? I can say a lot of things about, I'm going to be successful, I'm going to be rich, I'm going to take my wife to Tahiti, I'm going to buy her a new house and a car. The question is, will I say it in front of her? And then she'll say, well, yeah, well, when are you going to do that? Saying and not in her presence means nothing. Why did they even put it on? Because they wanted you to believe that because Baker wanted to end up with Monica and said he would, that Monica wanted to end up with Baker. And then they want you to jump to the conclusion that not only did she want to end up with Baker, she wasn't above killing her husband. That's an awfully big leap. That's an awfully big leap. You know, for a while they were telling you how you should feel sorry for Christopher Austin because he had no prior record, no history of violence or anything. But what did Monica have? Did she have 3 ex-husbands who all died mysteriously? Did she have any background or record of anything other than being a loving wife who threw parties and went on trips? Look at, I'm sure their relationship wasn't perfect. No one's is. It's a long way from not being happy in your relationship to conspiring with someone to knife your husband to death in cold blood. That's a big leap they want you to make. But is it a big leap for Robert Baker, you think? Or as it turns out for Christopher Austin? It's a little jump. A tragic little jump. Let's go to the next slide. Now, Mrs. Baker, I think we covered that. Everything with Mrs. Baker was, I submit to you the idea of Mr. Baker until they ended up in jail together, and then I think she would have done anything that she wanted. That he wanted. Look at the actual plot to kill Fabio begins 2016 in the Hollywood holiday period. We talked about this. Monica and Fabio's family came down to visit. She was busy with him. Baker did not see her enough, and he alone begins his actual plot to murder Fabio. Let's leave that up there for a second. So understand something. It didn't take eight years and 9 weeks of trial to prove that Robert Baker and Christopher Austin killed Fabio, and they planned it out and they did it. But you have to look at all this evidence and decide what connects Monica to the conspiracy. Because you will see from the jury instructions we already went through and we will go through, that it must have evidence, independent evidence of just conversations. And they're not even conversations between Monica and Austin. One of the people in the conspiracy, Baker, says it never happened. All right, you can believe him or not believe him. But you certainly can't use it to prove it happened. And the other one, all he can say after they drag it out of him is, oh yeah, I did it. I don't know why. Baker asked me. And you know why I did it? Because he said, I need your help. And you know what my proof is that Monica was involved? It's kind of like what they told me really in the cell, in the Perkins thing. You better get her. They need her. They need that bitch. She's the only one left to go to trial. And what does he come up with? Does he come up with a recording? Does he come up with a signed confession? Does he come up with anybody who saw them together alone plotting? Do they have even a phone call between him and Monica? My God, they got every phone record of everybody in the world almost. Nothing to connect Monica to Austin. But Austin saying, Baker told me she wanted him dead. Baker told me it was for insurance. Baker told me this is how it was going to happen. Baker told me. Did you meet with Monica? Never. Did you talk with her? Never. Did she tell you anything? Never. And that's the evidence they want you to convict her of a first-degree murder. Okay, so we've talked about the holiday period and why Baker says he decided he had to get rid of Fabio. And now we look at the January 2017 fiber records, which we have. So the pattern of messaging, as it says there, was consistent every day in January. Exactly the same as the pattern of their messaging at the beginning of their affair in early 2016, where there's no allegation of any planning to kill. So there's no increase in communications between Monica and Baker in January of 2017. Let's go on. The prosecution has drawn your attention to the separate communications between Baker and Austin, and then Baker and Birdsong and Monica on January 11th to the 13th. Let's go back. We're not going to get there yet. Listen to this, because I jumped ahead. The prosecution has drawn your attention to separate communications between Baker and Austin, then Baker and Birdsong, then Baker and Monica on January 11th to the 13th. Now understand, these are separate communications, which are supposed to be, according to them, proof of the conspiracy. Not communications between Austin and Monica, Austin and Birdsong, Austin and Baker, Baker and Birdsong, Baker and Monica, but there's no evidence that any of Baker's communications with Monica had anything to do with Baker's separate communications with Austin and Birdsong. And as we have seen, Baker and Monica are messaging each other hundreds of times every day. So, of course, no matter what day Baker has communications of Boston and Birdsong, it's going to be a day when he's communicating with Monica. So it's not a coincidence if he is messaging Monica every day, which he is. In other words, Baker and Monica communicating, let's say, 150 times a day. That's in July 2016, June 2016, whatever. Now we get into to June of 2017. Now the murder is going to happen. And Austin and Baker are communicating. So on a day when Monica and Baker are normally communicating anyway 100 times, 150 times, Baker also is communicating with Austin or Birdsong about the murder. Just because it's around the time he's communicating with Monica doesn't mean she's in on the calls or that he's relaying anything on the calls to her, because they're communicating the same number of times anyway. The only addition is he's communicating with Austin and Birdsong. That's the only difference. Well, then you got to ask yourself, well, what about these three-way calls? Were there three-way calls? There is no evidence of three-way calls, communications at all, between Monica and Austin, Monica and Birdsong, Monica and anyone, or three-way calls with anyone on that day. In fact, let's go on. Throughout all of the records of all the devices, there is no evidence of any three-way calls between Baker, Austin, Birdsong, and Monica. No evidence of any three-way calls between any combination of these people. Now hear me out on this. This isn't my strong suit, science and communications, but this is what the evidence showed, and this is what we heard from the experts. And you want it reread, you can have it reread. I'm just telling you what the experts said. We've heard from 3 different prosecution data expert witnesses. They've combed through thousands of pages of phone records, but couldn't find one of these three-way calls which Austin spoke about. Remember, this is the ones when he said, well, maybe there was 1, and maybe there was 2, maybe there was 3, and that's when he had the private conversation with his own attorney, and then suddenly, well, possibly there were more. The prosecution told you how important it was to look for independent corroborating evidence of what witnesses say. Well, where's the evidence of this for what Austin says about three-way calls? Where? Austin said there were three-way calls. Data expert testified. Where did they say that this is evidence of three-way calls? And we know that the records show 3 calls where the records overlap because you've heard there was a three-way call between Monica, Bella, and the eye doctor on the day Fabio was killed. And yet they couldn't find one of these crucial three-way calls showing the planning of the murder because it did not happen. Let's go to the next slide. This is what the prosecution said. They didn't use this beautiful picture of mountains, but they said there were mountains of planning. Okay? This is what someone with a sense of humor in the office said was the actual mountain, which was a little dirt pile. That's just our way of trying to be cute, and you can forgive us. But where are the mountains and mountains of evidence? There's barely any planning between Baker and Austin, and absolutely no evidence of any planning involving Monica. All you have is Baker and Monica having the same level of communications as they had throughout their affair. Let's go on. Okay. January 22nd, 2017. This is, if you recall, the day before the actual murder. Baker picks up Austin from the airport. Nothing to do with Monica. Baker and Austin buy knives. 1 knife, 2 knives, who knows? I guarantee you, if you wrote a message, and I'm not encouraging you to do that because it doesn't make me friends with the reporters, please play back or read back to us all the times Austin mentions knives. You will find he goes from 1 to 2 to 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to different shapes, different sizes, different place. Walmart, no, he got it at home. No, I own my own knife. He is all over the place because he doesn't know what to say. Now, he does have a knife, right? He stabbed Fabio. Baker has a knife, right? So why is he talking about buying one knife? All he has to say is, I don't remember. We each had a knife. But he's trying to say what they want him to say. And when they show him this knife that they found in the Mustang, which has nothing to do with this case according to Detective Gable, and show it to him, he says, yeah, there it is. That's the knife. Okay. So whatever knives they have and whatever they look like, and it all changes, Baker and Austin go to the area of the faux restaurant. And the murder doesn't happen. Now, before we get to the next slide, let me talk to you about this faux restaurant and this attempt the night before. What's interesting about it is neither Austin nor Baker ever talk about this all these years, or in Vancouver. I mean, in Vancouver, when Austin is supposed to be telling the truth, and he's even talking to the Perkins guy, he doesn't mention that he tried to kill Fabio the night before. Well, I don't blame him. Fabio's not killed. No one really knows about it except Austin. Fabio goes, picks up whatever food, goes back home. It fails, and he says, Baker, I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. Well, you know what? I wish he couldn't do it the next day either. He could have hopped on the next plane when he realized what was really being expected of him and just flown home. Oh, I couldn't afford? Really? He didn't have a credit card? He's been living up north with his wife and kid and works in a parole office. He can't get a ticket back to Alaska a day early? What hold does Baker have over him? Huh? Is he blackmailing him? Is he threatening to kill him? I will not understand that. So, they go to the area of the faux restaurant. The murder doesn't happen. Let's go to the next slide. Now, remember, Fabio picked the faux restaurant and initiated the first text to Monica. Okay? Now, they claim that Monica deleted the faux message from Fabio because why have proof if he really is murdered that night that she had a message or that he forwarded it to her? That is completely false. You look at the records, that message is not deleted in the records. Monica cleared all of her web history, not just the web history relating to faux. So yes, she was clearly deleting web histories all the time involving Baker. But they wanted you to believe that this was Fabio, his message, which identified the faux restaurant, which would have then led Monica to calling Baker or texting him and saying, go, you can kill him now. And then she deleted it from her records. She did not. Plus, they arrived hours before Monica and Fabio even began communicating about faux, which is inconsistent with Monica assisting anything. So, remember, they have the ping. They're able to see where the car is, where the phones are. Austin says that if you listen to his testimony and have it reread, if you don't remember, that this all occurred around 9 o'clock in the evening. It was dark when he went there. Well, the records show Baker and Austin there at 5 o'clock. What's going on? I'll tell you what's going on. They're there because he's trying to figure out where Fabio is going to be that night. He talks to Monica constantly. If Fabio's gone or goes out, who knows? Maybe that'll be a good night, maybe it won't. But it's not based on Monica saying, go kill him. If that was the case, then she would have said, at 9 o'clock, he's coming. Not at 5 o'clock. Why does he have to wait there for 3 or 4 hours? None of that makes sense. I'll tell you what happened. Baker, as obsessed as he is with Monica, finds out that night, that Sunday night, when he asks her, what are you doing tonight, says, we're going to be eat home, Fabio will be going out for dinner and picking up dinner. Okay, where? Pho, whatever. And he says to Austin, hey, let's go kill him. And you kill him. You kill him. Not Baker, you kill him. Baker wants no part of Fabio. And he figures, let Austin do it. And if it doesn't work, Austin can't squeal on him because he was part of it. So the point is, yes, they did go there at 5 o'clock, waited 3 or 4 hours, and there's all sorts of conflicts as to where they parked, but it's 8 years ago, I get it. And apparently, Austin goes out there and decides, I'm not going to do this, and goes back and they go home. Okay, nothing ventured, nothing lost. But where's the evidence that Monica was part of this? None. None. Because they're jumping to the conclusion that every time Monica talks to Baker, which is hundreds times a day, that it always has something to do with the murder. Well, clearly it does not. He is using her, as he has throughout their relationship, to find out where Fabio is going to be on this day or that. He even says he gets a tracker. He has records of buying one. Who the hell knows? The point is, there's nothing to connect Monica to the murder except Austin saying Monica called Baker, who told me Monica said he's going to be there, let's go kill him. Well, why didn't he say that before? You know when he says it? After he meets with his attorney and after they're in the proffer and they're talking, they have a break or whatever, and then he comes out and suddenly he's talking about the night before. I'll tell you what happened. His attorney said, you ain't been too valuable on this murder. You got anything else? And Austin says, yeah, I tried to kill him the night before. Well, that's good. We can use that. That comes from nowhere. For 8 years, that was not investigated or known. So ask yourself, what does Baker say about this? Fair question. Remember, Baker will not snitch on Austin. Never has, never will. So it doesn't come up in any of our conversations with him, interviews. He doesn't mention it. He talks about this crazy jaybird and all the rest. But when we go to him and say, you got to hear this now. Mr. Austin has just confessed to going there the night before. Is that true or not? And he says, yeah, that's true. But it didn't work out. Well, why'd you do it? Well, this way Austin does it. I don't have to do it. And so what happened? Well, I came back to the house and then stuck around, and the next day it worked out. Baker won't snitch on Austin unless Austin says it first. Whatever you think of that, the point is, it has nothing to do with Monica. And let me close with this, if I may, Your Honor. You heard, and we'll go into this tomorrow, you heard that the first time Mr. Dawson and I visited Mr. Baker, he had a letter that he had written to Monica and wanted it delivered. Well, that's not our role to let inmates communicate with each other. But we read it to her, turned it over to the DA and the court. It's an exhibit here, and it's full of lies. He's trying to say that he was going to drop a card, a greeting card, a birthday card for Monica or something, Valentine's something, and was going to the house to do that, and he took someone with him. And just to be a lookout, there was no plan to kill anybody, and he thought Fabio wasn't going to be home, and he couldn't put the car down, or he put it down, and then as he was leaving, Fabio was there, and Fabio kind of attacked him, and he was defending himself, and he ended up killing him, and he blacked out, and he doesn't remember much of it, but it wasn't a premeditated murder on his part. He writes a letter to her apologizing for the manner in which Fabio was killed. And as the DA points out, it was full of lies, and we knew it, because that's not what the physical evidence showed, that Fabio attacked anybody, and it certainly wasn't an accident, and he certainly wasn't acting in self-defense. But he wanted her to believe he didn't do it on purpose. Well, doesn't that raise one question? If Monica Sementilli conspired with him to kill her husband, why the hell would he write a letter to her apologizing? She knows it's bullshit. She was part of the plan. Unless she was not part of the plan. And then we'll go into that more tomorrow if we figure it out.
Thank you. All right, we'll take our adjournment till tomorrow at 9 a.m. As always, the admission applies not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else or former express any opinion until the cause is not submitted to you. Have a good evening.